So, because we can't do abiotic quite yet, because there's been a little bit of a delay on that situation, how about we do a bit of magic today? This is Rift Wizard, specifically Rift Wizard 2. Now, I don't think I ever covered the first game on the channel, or if I did, it was a long time ago. The important bits you need to know about this are, one, it is a proper roguelike, no meta progression or anything like that. At least that I'm aware of in this one. The first one had absolutely none of that. So, I presume the second one also doesn't. Main differences between the first one and the second one, to my knowledge, are there are multi-tile monsters now, there's equipment to manage, and I think those are the main important changes, other than presumably a larger spell pool and things like that. But what this game is at its heart is you are the Rift Wizard, this gentleman right here. You select from a very large spell pool every chance you get, basically by picking up these little memory spheres that give you skill points that you can use on either skills or spells. You accumulate enough of those, you pick new skills, new spells. All those spells have charges, so be mindful of how much you use them in each room, because each rift you go into is where you spend all those charges. You get all your charges back after you finish the room, so don't hold back. Just get rid of everything in that room. Now, with the basic mechanical explanation out of the way, we will go ahead and get the little bit of plot that this has out in front of y'all. As you can see, there are a bunch of game modes. We're only going to be doing normal game probably today, but you have options. Welcome back once again, Wizard, to the ruins of the universe. Aeons passed while you slumbered. You have slept-walked across many worlds. Weep for Avalon, O lonely old wizard. Love and beauty transmuted to chaos and ruin. Your beloved Avalon, and you, her loyal servant as well. Once a great wizard, your memories and magics have faded. Now a thirst for revenge awakens you. The dark wizard Mordred is nearby. Regain your power. Slay Mordred. Vengeance for Avalon. And there you go. That's all you got to work with. Mordred ruined everything. Avalon's destroyed. Go kill Mordred. Go do the thing. So, see, there's goblins. Every map's gonna have spawners of the enemies that are in the area, so we're gonna want to get rid of those. Every 10 turns it makes a goblin. Goblins kind of suck, but they're still going to be a nuisance. These are the memory orbs I was talking about. You need to pick those up to get SP in order to do this. Learn new spells, learn new skills. Skills obviously cost a fair bit, because they're pretty powerful. We won't be looking at that anytime quick. What we need is a spell. We start with 1 SP so we can pick a basic spell. We got Death Bolt, Fireball, Icicle, Life Drain, Lightning Bolt, Magic Missile, Poison Sting, and Wolf. Wolf is the only summon skill you have at this stage of things. Though you can use Death Bolt to raise things as skeletons, which is pretty fun. And of course, these all function exactly how you'd expect spells with those names to function. I'm not going to sit here and read every description or go over all of that, because as you can see, there's a lot of spells. There's a lot. We'll talk about why I'm picking them, but that's probably going to be the extent of it, because if I sit here and read every spell description, we'll be here all day and I won't even have fought anything. For this one, I think what I'm going to do is I'm gonna actually give Death Bolt a try. We'll go for Dark Magic today. And every spell has a handful of upgrades, like this one gets Soul Battery, Winter Bolt, which makes it do ice damage, and Chaos Skeletons, which make the skeletons stronger. So, that's fun. As you can see, since this is a basic spell, it has a decent amount of charges, though 15's not that high for a basic spell. Now, in typical roguelike fashion, the second I move, everything will move. And we can only move 1 tile at a time. Over here will be a readout of everything that's happening. As you can see, all that's happening right now is we're moving. Second I throw Death Bolt, though, you cast Death Bolt. Damage dealt, enemy slain, there you go. And now he's a skeleton. He's our friend. He will go attack his former friends and family for us. We will delete this spawner with our death bolts. You can hotkey this stuff, like, I believe 1 through 9 all work on your spells, and it's a button combination to use the items. I'm just gonna be clicking everything, because I find that more consistent and convenient. But if you want to do both, you can. I believe you can even just play this fully with keyboard, and don't even use the mouse at all. But it can obviously be played the other way around with completely mouse control. Now that we have 2 points, we have a bunch more spells available, or we could just buy more of the tier 1 spells as well. Since we're going with dark magic here, Soul Swap wouldn't be bad, because we can use our undead as cover that way. Plague of Undeath. Curse a group of living enemy units with the essence of undeath. So it makes them undead. They take 1 poison damage and they lose Holy Resist and can't be healed. I don't know about that one. This is the part I was hoping for with it. Plague of Undead. Raise killed units as zombies. That would actually be super helpful. But spending 4 points on it and then another 4 to get it where I want, I don't think I'm gonna go for that right now. I think I might actually grab Bone Spear. But that doesn't really go into... No, that's blood magic, not dark magic. So that doesn't quite fit. You could get Death Touch. Just... boop. Thing next to me explodes. That's always fun. Hungry Maw really isn't dark magic. The Goatia offering is dark magic, and summons just a floating goat head that destroys things. It's not a bad idea either. Actually, yeah. How about we filter for dark, since we're actually doing that? Ooh, Mercurize is dark, actually. We can just turn things blood into mercury, and then they come back as Quicksilver ghosts. That could actually be really fun, and, you know, it is kind of fitting for us. Toxin Burst is also dark magic, but now we'll take Mercurize. I like the sound of that. And you can actually see everything that's going to be in the area you're going to. You can even walk into these portals and then leave without actually committing. So if you want to see the lay of the land, you can. Mana Potion, Bag of Spikes, Aether Dagger, 2 Memory Orbs. Another Teleporter wouldn't be bad. Displacer Beasts aren't too bad. They teleport around as Displacer Beasts do, but other than that, they're not too out there. And Giant Spiders are just Giant Spiders. Thing is, I don't really want an exotic pet that badly. But the icy items aren't going to be that helpful either, because we don't have any ice damage. So I guess, yeah, this is our best shot then, is to go here where the green mushbooms and the 2-headed snakes live. Because a mana potion gives me back every charge of all of my spells, which is very useful. The rest of it's kind of mid, but it might come in handy. And the Ruby Heart makes my max health go up by 25, so it basically half again our current health. Kind of useful. And you can place yourself anywhere on the map you wish to be, because we have pretty good control over these rifts when we pass through them. And as you can see up there on the right, once you enter, there's no way out. You're committed to the map once you land. But we can just press right-click to cancel going this way. So we got a Mushboom spawner there. Where's the other spawners? There's another Mushboom spawner there. Is there a snake spawner somewhere? Or is there just the 2 Mushboom spawners? I don't see a 3rd spawner. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna start up here, kill this spawner immediately. That's usually what my strategy's been, is take out a spawner like at the beginning, because otherwise they'll just keep spawning more enemies and you're eventually gonna fall behind Not to mention it starts taking more and more charges to keep ahead of the spawns. So I think that's the play, is we spawn here. Especially since our spells aren't that powerful directly. So it takes a fair few charges to kill off a spawner. There we go. And then we mercurize him, so that when he dies, he'll turn into a Quicksilver Ghost. This way we start building up an army to protect ourselves with. Just gotta be careful of those mush booms, because as you'd expect with a name like that, they explode. They do only explode into a poison cloud, thankfully, but that's still bad enough for our health. But as you can see, we're starting to pile up a bit of a force here, so we can actually kind of just let them do their thing within reasonable margins. Go ahead and spread some mercury around, though. Thing is, everything here resists poison, so our mercurize doesn't actually do damage to them. It's just making them a host for the mercury geist. Actually, no, the snakes aren't immune to poison, ironically enough. So let's give some mercury to a bunch of snakes. Which you shouldn't do, but you know. These snakes want us dead, so it's only fair we return the favor. Oh, specific note about poison. If you're poisoned, you can't use a healing potion. You gain 100% healing immunity while poisoned. It's mean. So, be very careful of that. But our little horde here should be able to take care of all of our problems. And now we can go clean up the map for free. Always make sure to pick up everything before you leave a place, otherwise you'll have wasted a lot of good stuff. With 2 points, do I want to grab another spell or do I wait for more? Because as you might imagine, these costs do scale up, with your most expensive spell being a 9-point spell that makes a copy of you, which is pretty powerful. It also gives you a readout of the entire map you did and how good each spell did in that area. Like, as you can see, Mercurial Geist did the most damage, Deathbolt then did second most, etc. And we only took a little bit of damage. We got bit a bit, and we got poisoned a little bit. But you do also heal after every stage as well. So, unless you're gonna die, don't use your healing potion. Just hang on to it. Power Mind could be fun. That way we can raise some zombies with that. And it does arcane damage, which means anything that's immune to dark that isn't immune to arcane will also be covered. There are going to be things that are going to be immune to your magic. So you don't want to have only one spell type or you're going to be in trouble. You need at least some options to do some other stuff. Bloodshift also wouldn't be bad. It's got lifesteal, which is always handy. And some AoE would be good to have. For now, though, obviously, we'll hold on to that. Because we can pick up 2 more memory orbs anywhere we go. So we'll be able to pick up a good amount of power. We'll be able to get up to 4 points, which will get us a pretty hefty spell if I want one. Let's see. Veil Piercer's Monocle. Translocation spells get better. That doesn't help us. Multicolored Rage Rod. All spells and skills gain +1 damage for each unique tag amongst all the spells you have cast this level. That's pretty neat. Arcane Amplifier. Redeal half of all damage you deal with sorcery as arcane damage. We're not focusing sorcery right now, so that's not that good. Oozing Scale Armor Robe. Spawn a slime of matching damage type when you take 8 damage from an enemy. If there's no slime which matches the damage type, spawn a random slime. And it does give you 100% poison resist and half physical resist, which is pretty cool. So that might actually be worth going over there for, to get the scale armor. Let's see, we got the Spriggan Maker. Whenever an enemy dies, summon a Spriggan where it was. That would be pretty good if we're gonna stick to the spawning a pile of things strategy we got going here. Blizzard Beacon Trinket. Each turn summons a random number of blizzards across the level. Maximum number summoned each turn is the sum of all SP spent on ice magic. We don't have ice magic, so that's garbage for us. Similar case with the Snowy Fur Sphere. 300 ice damage dealt to enemies, summon a Yeti. And then the Chaos Scale Crown. Each turn, one of your dragon minions instantly casts Annihilate on a random enemy. If I was going for dragons right now, which I guess to be on brand, I would kind of have to do at least one dragon run. This would be incredible, because Annihilate is, as you might imagine, a fairly good spell. We can actually look at it here because we do have access to it. It's only a level 2 spell. Deals 16 fire, 16 lightning, and 16 physical damage to a target. It definitely does what it says on the tin. Its biggest weakness is it doesn't have a lot of charges. So I'm kind of torn. I think, though, because of the other items we can get in here, the healing potion and the golden stopwatch, we're gonna go for the rift that has the armor. We have to pick one of those items out of the treasure chest, though. So, we can't have everything. Oh, this area is small. Uh-oh. This could be bad. So we got the fire lizards, snakes, and orcs. We got 2 orc spawners, a 3rd orc spawner, and that's it. I gotta be kind of careful. I want to spawn up here, but spawning in with these 4 is gonna be a little nasty. But I can be clever here. So spawn myself in. Immediately turn him into a skeleton. Grab the oozing scale armor before anything can attack me. This way, I immediately start getting some slime friends. You see the strategy now, I'm sure. We just turn this entire situation against them. I did not realize they could come through here, too. That's a bit of a problem. That was an unaccounted for issue. Yeah, because they're still targeting me even around my entire slime army is part of the issue. Should be able to live another turn, so we'll Deathbolt him to get another skeleton. Now, a clever thing I could do, now that we've made this whole mess here, is I could teleport away. But I do only have the one teleporter, unless I go find another one. So I do have to be careful of that idea. And my spells only work in line of sight. Yeah, that's a fun thing about Deathbolt, is skeletons of things that can fly retain their ability to fly somehow. Yeah, you're at full health. I can't kill anything with a Deathbolt that's in range right now. There's 6 more turns before that makes an orc. There's 8 more turns before that one makes an orc. And they're immune to poison, so trying to mercurize the spawners themselves is a pointless idea. Let's mercurize at least one of these orcs. Deathbolt the other one. There you go. Now we're starting to make an army that'll move. Let's go ahead and just get out of the way. Let this just happen. There we go, the map's cleared itself. Now that all that will clean up. And now let's see what we can do with our 4 points. Let's have a look at a skill, perhaps. Ooh, Bone Guard. Every 5 turns, if you have less than 2 Bone Knights, summon a Bone Knight. Bone Knights are shielded melee units with a dark melee attack that drains max life. 40 health, 9 damage, max 2. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Unholy Alliance. Whenever you summon an undead or a demon, if you control a holy unit, the newly summoned unit gains 7 damage. Okay, and does the same thing vice versa. Hungry Dead. Summoned undead units gain hunger. Hunger deals 7 damage to a target up to 3 tiles away, healing the caster. Okay. I'm just trying to see what other tricks there are here. Shielded minions wouldn't be bad, guaranteeing protection for everything we're summoning. Sense of Ruin. Okay, that's for fire, physical, or lightning. That'd be more for if I'm, like, casting Annihilate everywhere. It looks like those are the main... Oh, no, there we go. There's a little bit more for Dark. Mega Venom. I'm thinking Bone Guard if I'm gonna grab a skill, but let's take a look at the 4-cost spells again, just to make sure. Or that this is what I want. Dark... Wheel of Death. Deal 200 at dark damage to a random enemy unit. Just something on the map takes 200. Only 12 charges. Vampiric Gaze. Restless Dead. Ooh, there we go. That's only got 3 charges, but it lasts for 20 turns. Everything that dies becomes a skeleton. So I don't have to actually raise them with Death Bolt. So there's potential there. Mass calcification doesn't help us because it turns all non-undead into undead, at which we aren't going to have non-undead allies. Fiery Tormentor is an option, though, for getting around things that are going to be immune to dark. Because it just makes a fire ghost for 40 turns. Drain Pulse. That's another option for solving the immunity problem, but I wouldn't be surprised if things that are immune to dark are also immune to poison, so that wouldn't really be the best. Carnival of Pain doesn't help us because we don't deal physical fire or lightning damage consistently. That would spread the damage nicely otherwise. Idol of Burning Sacrifice. Just explodes units in order to deal fire damage. Bear in mind, though, they give you a warning right there. The idol and the wizard themselves are both legal sacrifices. So if we have too low a health near the idol will eat us. And that means we lose. And then Bone Barrage. Your summoned allies in line of sight of the target take physical damage equal to half their health. Each affected ally deals that much physical damage to the target. So I just chuck all my skeletons at something. That would be incredible damage at need. Ooh, this is only a 3-point spell, but I'm liking this idea. Deal Ghost Ball. Deal 11 damage to enemy units in a 1-tile radius. Summon ghosts at empty tiles in the radius. The ghosts all last for 14 turns. That would get me a lot of ghosts. It's only 6 charges, but you gotta think, there's 9 tiles within a 1-tile radius of a center point. Actually, no. It would be 8 tiles, but unless the center is empty as well. Because I could just throw it at an empty tile, just to spawn a bunch of ghosts. And just get 9 ghosts. The only thing is the ghosts are very fragile, and don't do a lot of damage. So it would be good for clogging, but I don't think it would be that helpful overall. Death Chill can make things explode. I'm feeling Restless Dead, just for scaling out of control purposes. I also could have upgraded my Death Bolt or my Mercurize to do other things. And that's probably what we'll do with our next bit of points. Junk Golems? Now, enemy constructs turn into Junk Golems. Neat. Allies can also be raised by Restless Dead. Interesting. Alright, so we got some Raven Snakes and Bags of Bugs, Satyrs, Firebombers, and Ogres, or Ice Lizards, Displacer Beasts, and Ogres. What's the Chaos Bell do? Each enemy unit has a 50% chance to go berserk and attack its friends for 10 turns. That's fun. What these shoes? Kobold Clogs, 3 steps summons a kobold. 15 steps with the Storm Boots, cast Storm Burst. And Earth Meld heals you 2 HP a turn unless you move. So those are all kind of neat. And then the sigils start each level with a witch spawner. I'm going to assume they're not friendly witches, though. Start each level with a raven spawner. Again, probably not friendly. Or hellhound spawner. Like, maybe those are friendly spawners, but I'm gonna assume probably not. That said, we could go for the Raven spawner to have fodder for the undead summoning. That would be the clever trick. Because the Ravens do only have 13 hit points, but they do have 50% dark resist, actually. Same with the Bag of Bugs, so no, I think we don't want to go there. Because we don't have more than dark damage particularly. Like, we do a little bit of poison and physical with Mercurize, but that's it. It's still, we are at a bit of a disadvantage in that vein. Which is, again, part of what the armor is meant to cover. That way, when we get hit, we spawn things that'll hurt the things we can't hurt. The good news is the 50% resist is actually a 50-50 chance for them to either resist it or not, I do believe. And we can reroll rifts. We do have options for that once per level to reroll what we have to deal with here. But I think we'll go for the shoes. I think it'll be okay. Oh, me oh my, that is a lot of stuff, though. Thankfully, they're all piled up over there. So we could probably go for this Firebomber spawner, get rid of the Firebomber. As long as we're out of his range, we'll be fine. And then we can clear these 2 spawners before too many of them start piling in on us, because they do only have this choke point to come at us from. And we can grab the shoes immediately. I think that's our best call. I just need a good spot to attack the Firebomber from, because he does have a 2-tile radius explosion when he dies. And ideally, I don't want to be in the blast when he dies, you know? That just makes sense. So we'll place ourselves here. Immediately Deathbolt him, which unfortunately takes the skeleton away too, which is unfortunate. Yeah, these things are default poison resistant. So mercurizing them, I guess, isn't really too worth it to me. I don't mind some satyrs spawning. I would rather not have death bombers spawning. Because you can be mercurized. And if we also cast Restless Dead... Well, no, because we're going to be death bolting him down anyway, so... We'll get both anyway. I would assume I wouldn't get 3. And our ice slime will protect us a little bit there. Grab the shoes, which will take the... We do end around a bunch with this setup, I think, because of summoning. So the Earth Milled Boots aren't a bad idea to guarantee us some survivability. The kobolds could be fun just because they would be great fodder for Restless Dead. It would actually give me a reason to get mass calcification. Because I just run around for a while, get a bunch of kobolds up, and then turn them all into skeletons. Storm Boots could be fun for the purposes of actually keeping an option that isn't dark magic on hand. But since it casts my Storm Burst, I feel like that would be better for somebody who actually has that spell and can upgrade it. So I'm going to take the Earth Meld Boots for safety. Yep, there goes the slime. Let's go ahead and get Restless Dead up now. Let's start working the satyr down. Because they do heal themselves, so you want to get rid of some of them. And it'll cause some havoc in their ranks. Go ahead and mercurize him before he dies. Oh, interesting. I guess since he couldn't fit, they just put him on the next nearest tile, which is over there. Well, that's convenient. I was wondering how I was gonna get around this whole problem of we do have a Nightmare conga line going on here. And neither Mercurize nor Deathbolt have enough range to reach the fire bombers at the back. That was gonna be my other clever idea, is set the bombers that are back there off to start doing some harm for free. Let's start spreading some Mercurization around the ogres. Because they're the ones that are gonna be an issue. They're real tanky. Restless Dead is up for 8 more turns, so let's try to cause some casualties before those turns elapse. Get us some more bodies. I am out of Death Bolts now, which is going to be a little bit of an issue. But we do have quite the army formed up now. Let's refresh our Restless Dead and just hope that they can do the job from here. Because thankfully we have one attacking the spawner back there, so they're not going to spawn infinitely, unlike us. Those bombs did exactly what I hoped. Yep, that fight's over. You love to see it. When everything joins my army, I get to win for free. Shrew the Toad Sorcerers over there. Slimy Displacer Beasts. That's another thing, is there's variants to the monsters now. So you can end up with like a Fey Ogre, I think was the variant that they specifically mentioned on the store page and things like that. Okay, Shrew, what's your deal? You have 109 hit points, you got a Nightmare Aura, Poison Burst, Arcane Bolt, Teleport. I don't like the sound of any of that. It does only have flags, though, which just give an additional max summon count, and none of these are Dark Spell flags. Do my summons count as Conjuration? Deathbolt does, and Mercurize also does, and Restless Dead also does, so actually that could work. That could also work. Because that'll give me a higher cap for how many dead I can have running around. Which, I don't know what kind of cap I have for that to begin with. So I don't know if I need to worry about that right now. Alternatively, we could get the Arcane Helm, which gives me extra arcane spell and skill damage and range, and some arcane resistance. The only thing we'd really be using there is the resistance. Robe of Frostfire, 25% fire and ice resistance. Whenever you cast either of them, throw fire or ice at random thing. But it replaces my oozing armor, so we don't want that. The Mantis Maker, whenever an enemy dies, summon a mantis where it was, so we could just keep spawning more things, just scale to ridiculous. Nature Staff makes nature spells better. Got a bunch of lenses, but it doesn't look like there's a lens for what we would be wanting. Now there's a Conjuration one, so it would give our Death Bolts in such more range, which isn't a bad thing. And more golden stopwatches wouldn't be bad. That's more fire bombers, and there's werewolves and slimy displacer beasts. And all of these have 3 memory orbs, so there's no reason to prioritize one for the memory orb. But I think this will be the least of our issues, though, so we'll still take it. I do not like this layout, though. But we can still work around it, because we can do a similar thing to what we did before. Kill off the straggler firebomber over here, break the spawner, turn the werewolf. Though the werewolves do have 75% resist dark, which I did not realize till now. So we'll have to Mercurize them, probably. Yeah, I think that is still my best call, all that I can make, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. So, Deathbolt you. As much as I would love to have cast Restless Dead first, what I should have done was place myself a tile further away than Restless Dead and Deathbolt, so that I would have had an ally. But it's fine. Go and grab the Conjured Lens so I have the increased range straight away. Get Restless Dead up. There we go. He turned into a wild man, which will turn back into a werewolf in 20 turns if he didn't just turn into a skeleton. Oh, these Displacer Beasts do have a lot of health. This could be bad for me. But on the bright side, while I have Restless Dead going, let's roll the death dice. 6 people die. Haha! And now there's just a handful of random skeletons to cause havoc out in the wild. Which should help keep us from getting into too bad a position here. You resist poison, but you don't resist physical. Oh, suddenly there's a lot of enemy slimes. There's a lot of friendly slimes, too. This is gonna get hard to keep track of. This is gonna be an issue. And they don't count as living, so the Restless Dead effect doesn't count. I may have fucked up here. I may have made a horrible decision. Bag of spikes, go. Skeleton, you take my place. I will trade with you. So this is bad. This is very bad. There's just so many slimes. If it gets too out of control here, I can stopwatch and I'll be okay. Or I teleport out. I could teleport out as well. Like, teleport down here, get rid of the Firebomber spawner instead of going for the Trident spawner, which I've been having no luck getting to. What I really should do is focus you down at this point. Problem is, a lot of things are happening every turn now. So things could go horribly wrong at any point. We're okay, though. We ourselves are not actually taking that much damage. Now we're taking a little bit of an uncomfortable amount of damage. But that's also spawning us a pile of friendly slimes. So this isn't the worst scenario we could have. We're now surrounded by friendly units, so this is going to start turning in our favor. So I don't think we need to use our healing potion yet. Mercurize the werewolf. Ooh, there's stuff with range out there, though, I think, because we are still taking a bunch of... They have arcane beam, that's why. Okay. That's an issue. Let's go ahead and use one of our 2 healing potions, then, to be safe. We will regen standing here because of our boots, but that was some concerning amounts of damage coming in, so... It's better to hedge our bets. And we'll just try to pick off as many of the slimes that aren't friendly as we can. Mercurize you. I have to be kind of smart about who I mercurize, just to guarantee getting allies out of it. So now I'm out of castings of that, so it's less of an issue, but also less helpful. So, you know, trade-offs. And bear in mind, I can blast friendly things with Deathbolt as well, if I wanted to try to make skeletons out of them. But the slimes can't turn into skeletons, so it doesn't work in this particular case. Okay. That's all fine. Let's see. What do I want to do about our current situation here? I think, honestly, this is a turn where I just wait. I just wait and let things happen for a turn or two. It's a good thing there isn't a spawner for those Displacer Beasts. If these things were spawning, we'd be SOL. We would have been unable to keep up with this, because those things are just making so many slimes. Why are you making so many slimes? Like, are all of my slimes shooting them? Is that the problem? I would assume so. Like, a bunch of them must be shooting it at once. Which it's resisting the arcane part, probably, which is why it's still got so much health left. But every single one just makes more slimes. And I could remove their resistance, but I don't think it would help me at all. cast Restless Dead while we're waiting. I need to move up a little bit. Because I need to help kill this Displacer Beast or we're gonna get nowhere. Admittedly, we're still in a bad spot here because of the sheer volume of slimes that exist again. But on the bright side, for every slime that shoots me, I get a slime. So this kind of works out in our favor because we're guaranteed to outnumber them over time. I just need to get away from this before I lose too much health. Because they're not doing a great job of attracting aggro, as it turns out. It's looking like I can't get out of their range fast enough, so I'm actually gonna have to burn my other healing potion here. Because the slime war is not ending quick enough. What I really need right about now is a good AoE spell. Fix the mess I've made. Because I did this. I made this mess. And I'm actually gonna have to get out of there. So we're gonna teleport over here. Let all of this sort itself out. Turn him into another skeleton. This is, all the spawners are gone. It's literally just the slime nightmare now that's left. So if I just like hang out here and regenerate a bit, the worst of this will deal with itself. Except apparently not really. Which is a whole other issue. So 1 mana potion later, I'm gonna throw some Mercurizes around in the hopes of getting some other allies, but I think we actually lose here. I think we fucked up. Because the problem is a bunch of them had enough time to grow enough that they split. So there's just a bajillion slimes all over the map. And since they blink around, I can't even control the situation in a meaningful way. And they're not living, so I can't actually make skeletons out of them. My only hope is that I can make enough other units to bait for me a bit here. Let's get in this corner in the hopes that they need line of sight, but I don't think they do. I think we're just gonna die in this corner. Yep, there it is. This game is not easy. In case anybody's like, wow, he was having a real easy time of it. Situations like this are exactly how it turns against you. My own effects scaled out of control against me. It'll show you all the places you went before, showing you the outcome of every place you've been, all the messes we made, and then this happened. And then you just start over. Okay, what do I want to try to do this time? His death magic was doing great up until, things happened. I haven't done ice yet. I did lightning immediately when I was testing this out, and I did arcane already immediately as well. So it's fire or ice, and I feel like fire is a little too expected, so let's do ice. We'll do ice this time. See how it goes. So let's see, 6 damage to a target, 6 physical damage to a target, and then 6 ice to the target and every tile around it. And I can fill in gaps with the ice. So at least we got an AoE spell right off the top that's nice and easy to cast a bunch of. It's not exactly resoundingly high damage, but it's high enough. This is a situation where I will use my hotkeys a little bit, though, just to speed us through this beginning bit. I'm betting I can hurt myself with the AoE on that, too, so I'm going to be careful about that. Grab us 2 skill points to use. Let's see. We could get Eye of Ice. Every 3 turns, deal 15 ice damage to a random enemy unit within line of sight, last 30 turns. The Eye spells are actually real fun. There's also Ice Ball. Deal 14 ice damage in a 2-tile burst. Anything affected by that is frozen for 3 turns, which could be neat. Rainstorm reduces ice resist, so that's usable as well. What else we got? That's all we got. Oh, and Freeze. His Rainfall is not technically ice tagged. Target unit is frozen. Physical or fire damage unfreezes things. But... oh yeah, it says frozen for 5 turns. I was gonna say, does that mean that the ice lasts forever otherwise? Because that could be useful. Let's go ahead and take Eye of Ice, though, because that'll give me a way of defending myself without having to burn spell charges. I do only get 4 charges of Eye of Ice per area, but that is 120 turns of protecting myself. But it does only fire every 3 turns, so it's actually really just 40 turns of attacks. But it, of course, has upgrades and things. Should work out. Let's see. We got Spark Imps and Ravens, Displacer Beasts and Cursed Cats, and Boggarts and Horned Toads. I'm thinking the Rift with the Spark Imps and the Ravens. Just gotta see what these items do. Flammenwerfer could work. Redeal half of all damage you deal with enchantments as fire damage. So that would work with the Eye of Ice. Make it essentially do Frostburn. Finger 6. All spells and skills gain 1 number of summons. All spells and skills gain 1 number targets. Well, since neither... actually, the Eye of Ice, again, has a number of targets. So I presume then it would fire at 2 random enemy units in line of sight, in theory. It doesn't list an attribute for number of targets, so I don't know if that increases or not under those circumstances. That could go either way. Then the Void Robe, Arcane spells and skills gain 20% max charges. Translocation spells also gain that. More importantly, though, 75% resist Arcane and 50% resist Dark, which could be pretty useful. And then, of course, the Spriggan Maker again. I feel either the Flame and Weaver or the Finger 6, though. Both those seem real good. Either way, we're going here. That seems like a guarantee, pretty much. Now where I go with this is another question. We've got 2 Spark Imp spawners, and that appears to be it. Only the 2 spawners, no third one? Or am I missing a third spawner again? I end up missing one of the spawners, like, every time for some reason. But I think we go up here where just the one Raven is, kill the Spark Imp spawner, and then we go from there. That seems like our safest choice. So we pop in right here, cast Eye of Ice immediately, and then we throw Icicles where it'll hit both the Raven and the spawner. And then we finish off the spawner. There we go. And you see that random blue line that came off of me, that's the Eye of Ice kicking in. As long as I have enemies within line of sight, it'll be great. And thankfully, line of sight actually goes a decent distance. So I believe it's anything quite literally that would be visible to you, not necessarily within X tiles. So say this guy is in range. I think even these guys are within line of sight. This guy probably isn't because he's behind these 2 walls here. You can kind of judge it based on your spell range as well. There we go. Clean up 3 of them. This game is very, very about efficiency. If you are not moving efficiently, you're gonna have a real hard time. Or you need to snowball into stupid, which is just the roguelike way. Snowball into unhinged, uncontrollable power. So after all, if nothing can stop you, then even you can't stop you. And And you'll notice that Eye of Ice didn't kick in there because there was no target in range. It doesn't wait for a target. If turn 3 hits and there's nothing for it to fire on, it'll just not fire, which sucks, but, you know. This game is usually a fairly target-rich environment, so you won't run into that problem too much. There we go. Stage cleared. Let's grab us one of these. The thing is, both of these impact the Eye of Ice. Let's back out of that for a second and think here. What other enchantments am I gonna get? Freeze technically would do it, but it doesn't do damage. And it would also deal fire damage, which would immediately unfreeze the thing I'm freezing. Doesn't help. Death Chill could work, but it primarily does dark damage, not ice damage, so... it also would cause it to unfreeze the thing immediately. Blizzard, though. Blizzard could work for the fire damage. We would again lose the advantage of freezing things, but it would cause more damage. I'm thinking the finger, though, just because now that I'm looking at the fact that I'm gonna ruin my freezes all the time, it's a problem. Grab the mana potion, grab the death dice, grab the orbs. What can I do with 2 points? I can get Frosty Onlooker, which summons a Frosty Eyeball on expiration and adds the Conjuration tag. Okay. Or I can get Ice Spear, deals physical damage to all units in a beam to the main target. Or I can also have my Icicles freezing things. Freezing everything I hit with the... well, freezing the main target for 2 turns would be very potent. That would actually be fairly useful. But I'm thinking the damage to all targets in a beam will be better. So let's go ahead and get Ice Spear. It doesn't affect your charges or anything for the spell, so it's just a straight-up improvement. A Ruby Heart wouldn't be bad, but a Ruby Heart's in all 3 directions. Portal keys allow us to get more portals. I'm feeling the one with the healing potion and the portal key just because it gives the most. Like, everything else is literally just memory orbs, a portal key, and a Ruby Heart, which this one has all of the above, plus a healing potion. So there's no reason for me not to go here. These resist Arcane, but the Rotting Zombies are the only ones that have any ice resistance, and that's only 50%. So we should be absolutely fine going here. And thanks to the Ice Spears, we also have physical damage now, so we can bypass that problem. Well, actually, Icicle already had physical damage, but now it has more physical damage. So the Boggarts are the things that are spawning, that and 1 Spriggan spawner. Spriggans are stronger? Yeah, the Spriggans have more health, and they turn into a Spriggan bush when they die, which I presume allows them to come back. So let's kill that spawner first, because that's going to be obnoxious. So we spawn in here, pop Eye of Ice immediately. Work the zombie down before he can get to me. Or not. You know, just completely fail to kill him. The spawner needs to be gone before it gets that unit made. This is gonna get a little ugly with us cornered in here. That's the only problem with this plan. We don't have an exit strategy. So we have to rely on being able to deal enough damage to keep the mess at bay here. On the bright side, our AoEs are working. And yeah, 20 turns and they reform, so we don't need to worry about the bush immediately. It also will catch strays from our Eye of Ice just fine anyway. I do appreciate that this game gives you a fairly accurate projection of where your spell's going to go, so you don't have to worry about misjudging a shot. Just go ahead and put that Spriggan right back down. Get rid of the zombie with the ice spear. Break the bush. There we go. We're getting control. Problem is, we are going to have a whole parade of boggarts coming our way. And there's not a lot we can do to stop that. The good news is they're weak, so they'll get tore up pretty easily. So apparently they avoided damage there. Oh, I think because Icicle's a sorcery spell, I think it still counts. That's for their resistance. I probably have to drink a mana potion here. It's either that or I start running around and letting Eye of Ice do all the work, which won't work out because of those spawners. What I think actually the smartest play might be mana potion, teleport, so I can get over here, kill the spawners, and let the rest of them come to me. That might be my best play here. So it's probably teleport first? No, because he won't get in range to hit me, so I can mana potion safely. And then we teleport. It's a shame to burn the teleport so early, but I think it's necessary. Because otherwise we're probably going to run out of charges again trying to chew through all of this stuff. Because remember, efficiency is important. Like hitting this spawner at the same time as hitting all the rest of this, for example. Being very efficient. Yeah, this is gonna clean up just fine now. It may not be ideal. I probably could have handled this better. But it's fine. We'll get through it, and that's the part that matters at the moment. There we go. Now we can clean up the map and get all of our rewards. I don't know why I think the zombies were taking max health away from us, because we ended up losing a bit of it. Because we gained 25, but you'll notice we only have 70. You have a portal key now, which is nice. 2 SP. I think I might actually save that so we can get something bigger and better, unless we run into a really bad situation where we're going. Might actually be worth my while to grab an Ice Drake as well, just if for nothing else, to have something to attract aggro for us. Or maybe a Frostfire Hydra. So the Frostfire Hydras are stationary, so I think I'd rather the Drake because it can move. And it's only a 1 skill point difference. I don't know, we'll see. 2, 2, 2. Okay, there's nowhere with 3 memory orbs. Sork Winter, what does that do? For every 75 damage dealt to enemies with sorcery spells, cast Death Chill on a random enemy. Well, that would only be our Icicle at the moment. But Death Chill would be nice. Twilight Oculus is Dark and Holy damage. Ooh, actually, the Crystal Oculus could work. Whenever an enemy is dealt Ice or Arcane damage, it loses Ice or Arcane resistance. Actually, no, it loses both resistances no matter which one's used, I guess? So that could actually be super helpful. Alternatively, it would be one of the discs, which... Oh, that is more Radius. Radius is good, because that would make even our basic Icicle much larger. That could be dangerous, because we have to be more careful firing it near ourselves. And we got Iron Imps, Steel Spiders, and Green Mushbooms. Yeah, they do all resist... Well, the 2 metal things resist ice and the Green Mushboom doesn't. Problem is, that's really high resist. That's a 75% chance of us not hurting them. Well, let's just say a lot of rifts happened, and that is presumably part of the problem. I do want that radius increase, but I think I'm safer going over here fighting the satyrs, spark imps, and goatias. And get the resistance down item. Yeah, probably a better call. So let's see. You know, the phrase a wizard did it's there for a reason. So there's a satyr spawner at either end here, and the spark imp spawner. I probably should kill this spawner because it's all the way off here by itself. Problem is, both of these are going to make a mess by the time I deal with them if I do it that way. But I have a mess to deal with immediately if I spawn over here to try to deal with these two spawners instead. So do I deal with a problem immediately, or do I have a problem later? Choices. I could grab the Crystal Oculus immediately. None of these have ice resist to begin with. So it's not like a big priority, though I could gain the advantage of them going to negative resistance, presumably. So it's not the worst idea. Grab the item, start clearing the field, grab the two spawners. Yeah. It's gonna be rough, but I think this is the best choice we have. I don't know. I think they were attacking me? No, I don't have any missing health. I don't know what was making that noise. Get Eye of Ice up. Now just start trying to get rid of problems. Okay, yeah, I do think I was dealing damage to myself there. Wasn't 100% sure if my own icicles would hurt me. Thankfully, Ice Spear is very handy for dealing with crowds of problems. Let's push forward to try to get to that spawner. Because if we just keep staying still, the spawners will spawn indefinitely, as you might imagine. Which does not help our cause. Okay, Satyr spawner's gone. They do 3 physical damage. We did take more than 3 damage there. But I think that was worth it. I'm just glad there's no goat spawners. Since they can teleport to us and they do damage when they die, they're a bit of an issue. We are hurting. We're not hurting badly enough that I need to worry too much yet. Our Eye of Ice has run out, which is not what I was hoping to see, but it's okay. We have some space to cast it again now. The amount of Goatias is still around. I really do feel like there are more of them spawning, but they can't be spawning because there's no spawner for them. Okay, no more spawners left on the map. This guy being right on top of me is an issue. Okay, he's dead. Okay, so there's just the one satyr spawner now, which is not great because it's very far away. We won't worry about grabbing the healing potion right now. I do have to burn another mana potion because we just don't have that much efficiency in terms of spells right now. Because we have to use so many icicles to deal with things. Eye of Ice. The resist down is definitely working, though. Because you'll notice they do actually get ice weakness. Well, I don't think they want to focus on that, because that comes with a lot of consequences. Not to mention, it's very easy for that to turn into, okay, wizards solve all of the problems now. What do you have any other character that isn't a magic user do at that point? The answer becomes nothing. So it's just meh. It just can be a very easy trap to just walk into lazy writing with. Again, if they're too powerful, then that doesn't work even the other way around. And also, wizards are the villains very often already. That's not really an improvement. There we go. This area is cleared. Like, you're not solving the lazy writing problem by just making the strong guy evil. Instead, you're giving yourself a whole new trap to fall into because you now have to make the power scaling thing absurd to try to make your hero character strong enough to deal with this now incredibly powerful wizard that you've decided to construct there. I'm not understanding how what you're trying to do is going to cause a deconstruction of the archetype. What you've described is leaning into what the archetype is at least to how I perceive it, which is why I'm not sure what you're trying to get at there. I feel like there's a lot of complexity to what you're trying to present that you have not filled out, and this really isn't the forum for that kind of discussion, particularly. Let's see, Ice Orb. So it just kind of floats forward, can be destroyed with fire damage, and just kind of hurts things. Not the most useful thing. Blizzard might be my best choice. The thing is, it is only a 4-tile radius, and I only get 4 charges. So far, Ice Magic's a little underwhelming. That, too, is not anything really new or different. There are plenty of scenarios where that exactly is what happens. Usually involving purging all other forms of magic users from the world to enforce said guy who has the wizards rules the world scenario. Could stick to the Ice Drake, though, that I had. And they do at least do non-ice damage in case there's something that's immune to ice. Yes. I don't know what would have given any other impression, but yes. I'm just moving decently quickly because there's no point in dawdling around. I'm moving at the pace my ideas go at, basically. I really don't have that many other incredible things that are going to happen with ice magic. Oh, I did miss Ice Vortex, though. All other enemy units, it's in a 5-tile radius, so the one that gets frozen, get pulled toward it, frozen for 2 turns, and dealt arcane and ice damage. And that does ignore line of sight, so that's a pretty useful spell. The only problem is it does only, again, have 6 charges. We'll keep running into a limited amount of charges problem. The magic of words. Like if we go Out of that, it's just word of insert thing here. I would assume it's like, maybe like runic magic, like specific words that happen to have power for magic reasons. I don't know. That's as good as I can give you based on what I've got in front of me there. Oh, there is Stormburst as well, which can stun and freeze. I'm feeling that Ice Vortex, though, even though charges are going to still be an issue. That should get a lot of work done for the charges spent for it. Well, I don't really want to go to a place with polar bears when my entire shtick is ice magic right now. That seems like a bad idea. There's the Glass Master over here, though. He doesn't have a ton of health, but he does have 7 shield. And he is 50% resist to everything that I could do, except physical. He's actually physical weak, so that could work. Just gotta watch out for those glass golems. Everything else he's got with him isn't too scary for us in particular, so that could work. And the rewards are not bad. So that's a potential. What's this other one got for us, though? 3 memory orbs, some nasty business, nothing of value. Yeah, I think we're going here, then. Okay, so he himself is down here. We may want to actually just jump him. Just teleport in and just go for him straight away. Like, dump him into an ice vortex before he can get golems summoned. That might be the play here. The alternative being the Displacer Beast spawners up here really need to go sooner rather than later as well. The one over here isn't as big an issue because it's only 1 spawner. I think over here is our best shot, though. I want that guy gone. Oh, I have to freeze the unit first. I misunderstood how this works. Uh-oh. That could be a problem. That could be a big problem. That could actually be a very, very big problem. He's got his glass golems out now. He's almost out of shields. I can't really use the death dice in this scenario because it only targets 6 random enemies, and there's a lot of things that won't help for it to hit all around. This might be a death mistake here. This might be a mistake that's enough to get me killed. I do have 2 healing potions, so we're not, like, dead yet, but it's not a great situation. Especially considering the damage I just took. Because the problem is healing with a healing potion takes a turn. So based on the fact we just took 40 damage that turn... Well, the problem is I would need it to hit 6 right enemies, which is not a physical impossibility, but an incredible statistical anomaly. Is what I would really need it to do, especially at this point, is kill him, him, him. And that's it, really. I only needed to hit 5 out of 6, actually, because I'm pretty sure the glass stuff disappears if the caster's gone, probably. So I'm not too concerned about those. And again, it consumes a turn to use, which is the problem. What I should have done if I was going to do that is spawn further away from the Glass Wizard and then hope the dice kills him. Problem is, I don't even know if the shields block that. I think shields take all damage from a single hit. So I would need to knock his shields down before using the death dice as well. Is reasonably based on his 34 hit points, the 6 icicles I've thrown at him should have killed him by now. But he's only lost shields and not health. So, as far as I can tell, that's how shields work. Which completely nullifies the death dice plan. So my only real move here, I think, based on the damage I took, might actually be to move. Problem is, if I move, the only place I can move to is right to the 2 things that hurt me the most, the Hellhound and the Glassmaster. Which again is a death state. Healing Potion will buy me a turn. I'm going to assume it counted the Glassmaster as dealing damage to me because of the orb dealing damage, though. He doesn't have an attack. Unless Glass Shard, I think, is his attack. So, yeah, it might actually be worth moving away from the orb then, so I don't get glassified again. This might be death. We'll find out. Yep. Nothing I could have done there. I chose the wrong spawning location. But I wanted to try to make an aggressive play to try to get rid of the biggest threat. And kind of like the old hit the biggest guy in the prison, sometimes that blows up in your face. So we'll go try again. Ice failed us, so let's try fire. I just gotta, you know, not fireball myself. Let's let these goblins get closer together. A little closer now, kids. What part of closer didn't you understand? Thank you. Now perish. Just convince them I'm gonna take their picture. They probably don't understand what a picture is either, but you know what? It's fine. This is a very awkward spot to try to blow them up without blowing myself up. This is gonna be the problem of Fire Mastery here, is trying desperately not to blow myself up. And there we go. Question mark. Don't have an answer to that because I have not opened a dialogue with them. The extent of my dialogue has been me screaming my spells at them until they don't exist anymore. That is for other people not on a mission of vengeance to figure out. Could go Eye of Fire. Boiling Blood is also an option. So that needs allies, which we don't have. Fan of Flames could work as well. 10-turn channeled spell. Not a bad idea. Immolate's also something I could go for. I'm thinking Fan of Flames. Ooh, scroll of spells to get Annihilate. Yep, give. Annihilate's just always a good spell. And honestly, free spells are good. We will learn Annihilate for free. Annihilate is going to be a little bit of an anomaly for us because it does something other than fire damage, but that's part of the point, is so we have something that deals with fire or resistant targets. It's also, like I've mentioned on multiple other occasions, just a really powerful spell. Well, for being such an early spell. Step over here. Fan of Flames! That didn't work nearly as well as I'd hoped. When in doubt, Fireball! Oh, I got blinded, huh? All spells are reduced to melee range. Wonderful. You know what'll be great in melee range? Annihilate. And the cone still works for Fan of Flames. Not quite. As described, it does 3 different types of damage. It doesn't do like 999 damage or anything. It does a total of 48 though, which is pretty good for a level 2 spell. So under our current circumstances, it may as well be power word kill. Bang. I really need to do something about these spawners sooner rather than later. Just tanking the damage for a second here. Trying to get a better position. I may have made a horrible mistake here, trying to be efficient, but it's working out mostly. So I think we're okay. Thankfully, apparently... Oh, wait, no, these are holes, not walls, I think. That's why the fireballs aren't caring about that terrain. And flames will do great if anything spawns from there. There we go. Just delete you with Annihilate. Delete the spawner. And that's why Annihilate's good to have. Is it's just point, shoot, thing gone at the moment. Stronger enemies are going to care a lot less about that. Ooh. I can get another Scroll of Spells and get Immolate. We're getting real lucky on that idea. But we could also get the Flamin' Weaver or Staff. No, that's for enchantments, though, and we don't have any enchantments at the moment. That's less exciting. Imp Maker gets me Spark Imps. Red Obsidian doesn't help as we don't have allies. The Ice Frenzy Mask would have been great earlier in the Ice run, but we don't have Ice spells anymore, so this is useless. What did Filth Lord do again? Oh yeah, that just summons flies and bags of bugs when you cast dark spells. Would have been great in the first run. Doesn't help here. So it's really looking like we do go here, and I guess we pick up Immolate. Which again, more spells to use is good for us anyway. Because unfortunately, I don't think picking up a second copy of a spell does anything. I think we straight up just won't even have a choice with that, slash it won't do anything if we do pick it. We can find out. I'm down for testing that idea. Thanks, I hate it. This room is awful. Is all of these bombers will explode in E by 3 when they die. Which means this whole place is going up like a goddamn firework the second any of those bombers die. Like, not immediately, but you get the point. It's gonna be bad, and there's gonna be more of them spawning. Oh, this is gonna be messy. I think over here might be our best place to be. Because what we do is we chuck a fireball immediately, get rid of the nearest bomber. Fan of Flames to clear the worst of the remainder. It's like, as long as I'm in a decent spot, this is actually not that bad. I just need to be out of the way of the worst of the fracas. And it does let me learn Annihilate. Oh, it gets me an upgrade! Ooh. And Assured Destruction's a real good upgrade to have. If you're able, when you cast a spell, use an additional charge to cast it again if the target lives. So you basically get double cast for it per turn, which is very nice. It is only a 1-cost upgrade, though. Let's put a pin in that for a second, though. Oh, the frogs are pulling me. I was like, why do I keep getting closer to my problems? I don't want to be closer to my problems. This explosion's gonna hurt, but it's important to get rid of that teleporter, that spawner, rather. Why are you like this? I might die here, just because I can't get control of this situation completely. And I'm poisoned, so even if I teleport over to that healing potion, that's not gonna solve it. I'm only taking 1 point of poison damage a turn, though. You have 8 physical damage, but if I kill you, he's gonna grab me and then kill me. So I do need to teleport. Just teleport over here, get cover. This way I can wait out the poison, and we don't need to use the healing potion. That's the important part. We just fire from over here, and we win and heal without having to burn the healing potion. Because there was no need to panic there. But since we get just a free upgrade from this, I'm actually going to go ahead and grab Immolate. Because again, more spells means I'm less likely to run out of charges on an individual spell. Gives me some room to work with here. Shaped Blast. Fireball gains 1 radius for every 4 tiles away that you cast it and never damages the wizard or their allies. That's really good. Meteor. Units in the center tile take extra physical damage and are stunned. Ash Ball. Fireball blinds and poisons for 4 turns. I like the idea of Shaped Blast just so I don't blow myself up. But that's not a big priority problem right now. And a Frostfire dealing ice damage could be neat. Wildfire's neat. Gain 1 range for the next turn for each enemy killed. So you can just eventually just hit the whole screen. Cascade could be fun as well. Remaining hits from Annihilate will jump to nearby targets if the main target is killed. So if the fire hit kills something, then the lightning and physical will jump to future targets. Comprehensive Annihilation deals also Dark and Arcane in gaining those tags. Annihilate chains up to 5 units standing in storms in line of sight. Well, I don't have any storms, so that doesn't work. Yeah, I'm thinking Cascade and Assured Destruction. So basically every casting of Annihilate guarantees me getting the Cascade. Unless it just so happens to be exactly the amount needed to kill. Or I can't have... Well, I fucked up. I didn't realize I could only have 1 upgrade. Well then. So I seem to recall that in the first game you could actually get multiple upgrades per 1 spell. That's a shame. Yeah, we're doing pretty well on spells. But we could always have more. Pyrostatic Curse. Yeah, because whenever cursed target takes fire damage, 2 random enemies in line of sight of that unit are dealt lightning damage. Yeah, it's so that you don't scale out of control as badly. I get the idea. I just don't have to necessarily be happy with that. Ooh. Flame Gate. Whenever you cast a fire spell, summon a fire elemental at the target of that spell. That could be very handy. Blaze Rip, deal 12 arcane, 12 fire, and a 7-tile line perpendicular to the caster. Melts walls in the affected area. Getting rid of walls is actually big. Yeah. But the trade-off to that, though, is you're spending a lot of points on 1 spell. So I figure it would be balanced inherently by that. But I do recall spells getting real stupid in the first game if you focused on a spell. So I see the problem. So I get the idea behind that. No. This does mean it's a much more important choice to make, which is also useful. It does, however, mean that I don't think I'm going to upgrade any of those spells at the moment. I think I will actually grab another spell. Problem is, what spell am I getting? Holy Fire could also be good. I'm thinking I'll grab Blaze Rip. Okay, so where are we going? Probably go get that Fiery Horn? No, that's minion duration. That's useless. Because we don't have minions. But this one. Living Fang doesn't help. Ugly Curse Doll doesn't help. Icy Claw and... well, Ice Shield could be good for me. A little bit of Ice Resist can go a long way. Alternatively, getting just more max health. Yeah, I think the max health may be a good idea. In case of accidents. Top left where the two gnomes are? Because there's a spawner right where that would be, then the next spawner's not far, and... where's the third one? There it is, right there. Raven spawner. Yeah, I think clear the orc spawners first, go for the raven spawner after, because the ravens have less health than the orcs do. Yeah, that's the play. Pop in here. Gnomes have 10 health and 1 shield, though. So they're gonna be mildly annoying. Yeah, that's exactly how the shields work. Okay. That theory was correct. Right side, they've set themselves up perfectly. Need to do that. Problem is, he just keeps summoning new thorns on me. The gnomes are actually way more dangerous than I gave them credit for being. Which is frustrating, to say the least. Hindsight being 2020, I should have just hit the spawner with Annihilate to free that up immediately. Now we have only melee range because of the Raven blinding me. We won't die immediately, but I need to not use a fireball. Okay. That's sorted out now. We're still blind, but now that the spawners... oh, I can't even use the teleporter to go somewhere else. Uh-oh. So, healing potion it is, then. Now we fan of flames back this way. Okay. We're still blinded, which is the problem. So I think we actually lose here. I did not realize how bad these Fae Thorns were. So yet again, a lack of information on my part got me killed. Because I should have read further into how those things worked before just going for it. But because of letting the ravens blind me and letting these thorns build up, we're just screwed. This is just over. This teleporting here will buy me a little bit of time, but then we have nowhere to go from there. I'll take that raven with me, at least. Yeah, exactly. Like, it wasn't solely hubris. That was just some bad calculation on top of being a little overconfident. But it is what it is. I did lightning before I started today, but you guys didn't see that, so we'll go and do lightning. Lightning bolt's a nice solid line strike. Just zap, something dies. There we go. Grab our points. I don't really want to have channeling because we saw how often I was allowed to channel the Fan of Flames, otherwise known as Mostly I Couldn't. Unless I had a nice long hallway that I could use it in, which could work. Living Lightning Scroll that casts Lightning Bolt once? No. I'd probably want Energy Bolt out of these so I could have it do a different damage type. Let's see. We can grab Eye of Lightning or Thunder Strike or Pyrostatic Pulse. Magnetize needs metallic enemies or friends, so that's not really a thing. Eye of Lightning will do basically the same thing Eye of Ice was doing for us, which isn't a bad thing, but I don't think we go for that right now. These both have the same amount of charges, but Thunder Strike has more range. The Pulse does do more damage, though. Well, not necessarily. It deals the same... It does less damage to its target, but it does its damage again to everything around the beam. So I think I'll take the Thunder Strike because a stun will be useful to have. Bogarts and Ghosts and a bunch of stuff. Firearms, Pachyderms, and things I don't particularly care about. What do these enchanting things do? Okay, that's all for enchantments. So we're going here. We'll just grab a bunch of utility stuff for now. Let's see. So the two spawners are here. Where's the third spawner? Is there a third spawner? Either I'm not seeing it, or there isn't one. I'm gonna just assume there isn't one and potentially regret that. And just come over here to deal with them immediately. One spawner gone. Two spawner gone. Okay, so with the population under control, let's go ahead and shift away from that guy a little bit. Stun them both. Thankfully, I can't stun myself with that, because I was within the radius, so I was a little worried that that was going to stun me too, but that's part of why I did it, was to find out whether it would or not. Now, a wiser man would actually be diversifying his spell types, even though specializing lends you some fairly nice benefits. The idea behind diversifying would be just taking the strongest spells, rather than spells that are all the same element. But I enjoy the idea of trying to be all on one element and making the synergy for that work. Even if I don't always get to the point where the synergy starts actually happening. We'll go ahead and hold those points for the moment, because I think we'll be okay. None of those are good for lightning. Lightning there. Sigils all make more spawners, which I don't really need that problem right now, so I'm thinking this one. Because none of them have lightning resistance. Chaos Bell will be kind of handy. More death dice are never bad, and more health is always good. Let me just make sure that neither of those... Yeah, that's all holy spells. Yeah, this would need ice spells based on the winter part. I assumed that. Actually, these are both sorceries, so actually that can work. The Arcane Amplifier could work for me because it would give me arcane damage as well, which would be nice. Yeah, I'm actually gonna change my mind then. We're going here. We still get another death dice anyway. Start out up here, probably. Get rid of the firebomber spawner and then move around. Yeah. Probably my best call. Got the orb for free. I can't reach him with anything. The good news is we also just have nice corridors to throw lightning bolts down. So it makes my life actually fairly simple for the time being. Just turn this into a corridor shooter. This is gonna be bad for me a little bit. Oh no, the blast didn't make it around the corner. We're fine. This one will hurt, but it's worth it for the amount of enemies we cleared with that. Now it's just a handful of bombers. Grab the arcane amplifier. Gotta be a little careful, I'm running out of lightning bolts. So we'll use some thunder strikes when there's only one of them in range. And take the hit there just to clear them both again. There we go. Without using any mana potions. Was worried for a moment that I was gonna have to. But clearly the idea here is we have to actually save our resources till we start getting to those more dangerous stages. I've been burning too many of them before we get there. Let's see, lightning form. Whenever you cast a lightning spell, teleport to that spell's target. Absolutely not. 100% physical resist is great, but I'm gonna fly myself into other damage types and die a miserable death. Watcher form, though. Each turn, cast your lightning bolt at the farthest enemy in line of sight. You cannot move or cast spells. Gain a bunch of resistances. So I could just, like, activate this, sit somewhere, and just watch lightning bolts go off. So that's not bad. Lightning storm, obviously similar to Blizzard, except it's a 50% chance of striking something with lightning. Conductance. Ooh, whenever you cast a lightning spell targeting this enemy, copy that spell. Ooh, and it gives them negative lightning resist, so that could be fun. Obviously, there's good old chain lightning as well. The bolt repeatedly arcs to new targets within the cascade range. Each arc deals damage to all units along the beam. The bolt can arc up to 5 tiles and cannot pass through walls. The bolt terminates when it cannot arc to any new targets. The fact that it turns into Fireball is very funny. Can arc to blizzards, rain clouds, and storm clouds. Arc to friendlies and give them shields. There's a lot of neat things. Lightning Halo. Deal 15 lightning damage to all units in a 3-tile ring each turn for 9 turns. Lightning Spires aren't bad either. They just zap things randomly. I'm thinking Conductance, though. Conductance or Chain Lightning. And we are starting to have charge issues, so I think the Conductance will be a good idea, because it's got 12 charges. I throw Conductance at a lot of things before throwing Lightning Bolt at them, so that it then will chain the Lightning Bolt without me having to have actual Chain Lightning yet. And then when I have Chain Lightning, it's gonna be even more ridiculous. Ooh, the Dynamo sounds right up my alley. Ooh, it does replace my Arcane Amplifier, but for every 40 damage dealt to enemies with Lightning Spell, cast Annihilate on a random enemy. Yes. Cultists resist Holy, which... Actually, no, they resist Dark and are weak to Holy. Splicer Beasts just resist Arcane, and same with the Evil Fairies. Yep, we'll be fine. Let's do this. Ooh, I can go grab the box of fun immediately. The cultists seem to be the things that are spawning. So they just deal 1 damage that ignores walls, but they deal damage to themselves when they do that, so they'll just take themselves out of the equation. And we have a decent amount of health, so yeah, that'll work. Let's grab the super staff. Red Majesty is blood spells. Worm Spirit needs dragons. Okay, I was just making sure before I committed to the dynamo. It is a shame to be replacing an item immediately, but that is a much better item, so this is fine. Okay, Conductance only has so much range. That's gonna be the only weakness of that at the moment. So give you Conductance. It didn't really work the way it was advertised to. Stun you, blast you with that. It doesn't seem to be copying my lightning bolts. It says whenever you cast a lightning spell targeting that enemy, copy that spell. Unless it copying just means I don't lose a charge? No, because I've used 2 charges. Is it because it's a beam? Does it not copy beams? Because they're technically not targeting it, it's probably targeting the tile? That could make sense and be very unfortunate, because that thwarts my plans. Let's find out. Conductance, Thunderstrike. That doesn't seem to have copied either. I feel like I don't understand. But it's okay, we've got this under control still for the most part, because we have a lot of stun power, or that we can utilize to keep the worst of the rush at bay here. I don't know why the cultist spawner exploded. It's actually a very good question. So I didn't throw a spell in that direction like at all, so why is the cultist spawner gone? I remain confused, but I'm just gonna roll with it and pretend everything's fine and I understand what I'm doing. No, it isn't a matter of I misunderstood it. Okay, that time it worked. Maybe I just wasn't seeing the spells copying properly. Maybe it's just I'm not seeing things the way I expect to see them, therefore it's not happening the way I think it should. Maybe that's the problem. Wouldn't be the first time. It certainly won't be the last time. We are getting chipped to death here, so I gotta be kinda careful. And specifically get rid of these spawners before they continue to drain me. I am gonna have to mana potion before the end of this stage, though, considering I only have conductance left. It is a shame that we didn't need that many charges afterward to finish that, but without any charges, we weren't getting anything done anyway. I could have thrown a death die as well, but what I did, I think, is the better choice. We could add multi-copy, so it may be a bit more noticeable when it does its thing. It's either that or mass conductance. But I don't know if I want to wait for mass conductance. Lightning Strike not needing line of sight is actually potentially really good. Now I would need Thunderstorm for storm power. Holy damage isn't a bad idea either. What can I buy for 2 points again for lightning? Pyrostatic Pulse or Eye of Lightning. Okay. I don't really need 2 beams. So I think I might actually just hold my points. What can I get for lightning and skills? Life Spark, no. Lightning Warp. Whenever you cast a lightning spell, all non-stationary enemy units within 3 tiles of the target are teleported to random spaces up to 5 tiles away and take 9 lightning damage. Enemies will always be teleported at least 4 tiles away from the wizard. So that's a good thing for keeping enemies away from me. Prince of Ruin. Whenever an enemy dies to fire, physical, or lightning damage, deal 13 damage of that type to a random enemy in line of sight of the target up to 5 tiles away. I do really want that. That's a good one. That is only 4 points too, so I just need to get through one more stage and then I can buy that. Stormblood Tricksters? No. Holy Thunder's real good as well. Whenever you deal lightning damage, re-deal that damage as holy damage. So basically just doubling all my damage. I think the fact that I'm not grabbing skills is what's actually hurting us the most. I think that's the mistake I'm making. I'm undervaluing passives. Ooh, a lot of these seem bad. These are all sorceress things, so they're all for sorceries, which isn't bad because our 2 attacks are both sorceries currently. So I could get range, more charges, minion damage, 25% more damage, or just flat 3 damage out of that portal. We don't want to go the pet way. What's this? Jar of Quicksilver. Each non-metallic ally you summon has a 1 in 3 chance to be metallic. Your combust poison for free at the end of each turn. Well, we don't have combust poison, so I don't know if that still casts it that way, or if it just doesn't do anything. Every 8 steps summon an ogre, or nature spells are better. We may as well go for the sorceress stuff, either the orb or the dagger. I just gotta be careful with that fleshbound spark or imp, because he is going to resist lightning. Damage dealt by enemies is redirected and redistributed randomly amongst fleshbound allies. And the more fleshbound allies there are, they regenerate. Ooh, that's gonna be nasty to deal with. Breath Stealer can silence me, so that's a big problem. Polar bears heal when frozen and can freeze themselves. Yeah, the Spark Imps and the Breath Stealers are the biggest problems here. If I can handle dealing with those, we're fine. Problem is, I do not have any non-lightning damage, but I do have Conductance that'll take their lightning resist down to 25, so I think it'll be okay. Worst case, I trim the numbers down and I throw the death dice. Just blow up the imps. Just seems like such a waste to nuke imps that way, but... Oh, and all the spawners are Breath Stealer spawners, huh? Oh no, there's one snake spawner up top. Lovely. I'm thinking down here, because it'll be hard for things other than the imps to get at me, without me being able to get them first. And this way I can get rid of one of the Breath Stealer spawners quickly. And we have teleporters to get out of this situation if it gets bad. So let's curse it with Conductance, and then just start hammering it. Give you Conductance. Yeah, even though he's down to 25% resist lightning, he's still managing to resist it, which is frustrating. He took 1 damage that time. He did get stunned, though. This is not going particularly well. It's not going terribly, but it's not going great either. The big play right now, I think, is just dealing mass damage so that the Annihilate keeps going off. So that we just clear volume that way. But I think we do actually teleport away now that they're starting to pile up here so we can get rid of another spawner. Probably this one. Because the Breath Stealers aren't super dangerous, but if I let them pile up, it's going to become an issue because I'm just going to run out of spells. And I don't have any shells to back up my spells. I positioned poorly, but it's fine. Okay, so that sorts out another spawner. I'm not gonna burn another teleport. I think I should only really need the one. We're not down to a point where the death dice have good odds yet, so we're not using them quite yet. Now we're poisoned, which is the exact opposite of what I would ever want. You know what it might be? Maybe I need to have conductivity on more than one enemy? That looked like it might have worked. It's hard to tell because I'm using it on things that resist lightning. So it's still a little bit of a crapshoot. I cannot hurt these fucking guys. Even with only a 25% resistance. On the bright side, I'm keeping them stun-locked for a while. Which is allowing me to slowly cook off everything else on the map. But I am gonna have to use a mana potion. Unless I risk death dicing. But I would have to death dice twice, probably. Which would burn all my death dice. Let's roll it once and see what happens. If there's only like one imp left after that, it's probably okay. Right, they 75% resist dark too. So the death dice are useless against them. I do actually need to burn my other teleport then. Because I can't stay here. If I stay here, I probably die. And I don't have enough turns to use my mana potion and everything without ending up in a bad position. Okay, so that spawner's gone. We've cleared the area. Let's grab this. Does an extra point do anything good for me right now? Resistance debuff could work for getting rid of their lightning resist entirely. Other than that, that doesn't really do much. 3-point lightning spells are... Pyrostatic Pulse would solve my problem, but it does only have 3 charges. And again, it's another beam. And Pyrostatic Curse doesn't work for us because we would need to deal fire damage, which would rely on the staff triggering. So I'm gonna need to get into close enough range to fight them after healing. Just start throwing conductance around and hope for the best. The problem is them being flesh-bound as well, I think, is why I just can't do anything here. Like, this is my best play, I think, is just to sit here and spam and Thunderstrike on one of them until it hopefully dies. Which it is currently dying. Okay, now more of them are dying because they're not regenerating as much. Alright, we're getting somewhere now. They're not stunned anymore, which is not great for me. We won the damage race, though. We got it. Whew, that was bad. Everything about that was awful. But we got through it, and now we can do great things. Based on how that went... 25% more of this would be a quarter of it, which is 3? Yeah, so that would be the same as the flat 3. This is a higher amount. And on Thunder Strikes, it would be more. So I think we're better off taking the percentage, especially as we scale into the higher spells. Assuming our higher lightning spells are still sorceries as well, which they may or may not be. Okay, it reflects the changed value as well, so it's 15 and 30 now. Very good. Let's see. 5 points in lightning gets us necrostatics, which doesn't help us. I'm really feeling that Holy Thunder, just to avoid exactly the situation we just had there happening again, where we have something that's lightning resistant. The alternative being Prince of Ruin, which is also very good. I think we take the Holy Thunder first, though, is if we can't kill anything, Prince of Ruin doesn't activate. So we'll ensure the kill first. And we're officially further than we've ever been before. This is the best we've done. All because I actually stop and think for a few seconds longer instead of just flying by the seat of my pants for fun. That one's safe. I don't know about these warlocks. Okay, they are not super dangerous, but they do have a lot of health and a shield, and they summon, so they would be kind of annoying. The buffed Boggarts would be a bit of an issue as well, because we could end up with critical mass of slimes around the screen again, which could be an issue. That's not too bad, it's also not super profitable. This is the only one that gives anything particularly interesting. Reality Anchor's only for minions, so it's useless to us. Enchanting Tome... Extra charges for enchantments, which would really only be conductance, and we haven't even used all of our charges of conductance in any stage, so that's useless. And yeah, so I'm feeling this rift, since most of the things in here are weak to holy, so we can actually take advantage of our newfound holy damage to clear them easy. The burning Boggarts are going to be the only issue, and their main shtick is they explode. So as long as I don't go near them, that's okay, but they also have shields, so gotta be a bit careful of that. But that'll get us the Chaos Bell, which can help deal with the enemies because I can make them attack each other, and get us some up to 100 health. It's nothing impressive, but it's more trying to get those 3 memory orbs than anything, without putting ourselves in too much danger. Okay, so we got a Fire Imp spawner, another Fire Imp spawner, and a Fire Imp spawner. Okay, that's not terrible, because they're all weak to our damage, and they have no health to speak of to begin with, so we can clear those just fine. It's a good thing we're not relying on fire damage in here, otherwise it would be disastrous. As it stands, I think we go up here, kill this spawner because it's isolated, and then we use this choke point to start clearing house, move our way forward, kill this spawner, and then figure it out from there. I'm not really sure what the lay of the land's gonna look like by that point to try to make a plan for getting to that last spawner. There we go, that spawner's gone. Right, they randomly silence me. Right. So if the Silent Spectres get too close, I'm useless. That's actually going to be a really big problem. Okay, I have enough time to cast a spell. Go away. That was a bigger problem than I had accounted for. And it blinked into the right position to ruin my whole day. Thankfully, because of clarity, you can't just be infinitely locked. But it sucks. Okay, so we've cleared the worst of that. I really do have to just kind of conga line them to me for the moment here. Is that silence being so dangerous? It's not an interesting strategy, but it's a necessary strategy under the circumstances. The only problem I'm gonna run into is I have no mana potions. So I may have to grab another spell just to be functional here soon. His conductance just isn't that reliable, unfortunately. Ow. I still don't dare move too far forward to try to push because of those damn silence ghosts. Okay, there's a lot less of them now, so we should be able to make some moves here. And we can at least, like, mass clear with Lightning Bolt. Okay. Oh, I guess I didn't... Either I cleared the spawners with the staff? Bear in mind, the Annihilate cast doesn't have a limited range or anything. It just says cast it on a random enemy, so I'm assuming it's hitting the screen. Even though Annihilate's normally range 6. I have to assume that's what's happening. Okay, we have 100 health now. We made it through that mess somehow. Whew. I could wait for one more SP to get the other skill. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with, and then I'll make the decision from there, probably. Getting the free spell wouldn't be a bad idea, because we could grab... I don't know, because none of those are lightning, so... If I'm trying to stick to only lightning, I can't actually get any of those. I was gonna say I'll grab the Frostfire Hydra, but I can't. Sorcery spells gain 1 radius could be fun. That's the only one in there that does anything for us. But we also have Old Thunderbones, which has 50% lightning resist, and the Grand Warlock, who has 75% lightning resist in there. Neither of them have any holy protection, though. So I can leverage that. But he'll also turn imps into fiends, and spawn a bunch of imps around me, and just make a nuisance of himself. And you summon Spark Spirits, apply fear, and stun on physical hits. And when he dies, he turns into an Electric Bone Shambler, which, you know, lovely. We've had the Earth Meld boots before. What's the rest of that do? Whenever an enemy dies, summon a Firebomber where it was. Absolutely not. Blaze Loom. That's fun, because every 50 enchantment damage casts Blaze Rip. But I feel like that could just blow me up. Earth Meld boots we've seen, like I said. Ooh. Actually, there we go. The Robe of Agony. 25% lightning and dark resist. Whenever you cast a lightning or dark spell, deal 8 damage. Deal 8 lightning to a random enemy in line of sight, and then 8 dark to another. So I think we found our winner. We're going this way. The only problem is the steel spiders resist lightning. They don't resist holy, so I should still be able to hurt them. We've got the ravens again, though, that I gotta be careful about not getting blinded. And that's all that's spawning, so that's good and bad. And I gotta watch out for the retaliation damage from the spike beasts. I do think up here where these two spike beasts are is probably our best position, though. So we can get this Raven spawner early. So we Thunderstrike these two immediately. Lightning Bolt you two. Lightning Bolt those two now. Kill the spawner while I have a moment. The webs filling up the area is going to be an issue, but one problem at a time. This is going to sting a bit, but it'll be okay. We can handle things like that just fine. No? I don't know what would give you that impression, ABC. The stream has been up for 2 hours. It's all good, just I don't really understand where that thought came from. But that's understandable to be a bit fried. We could send the enemies into a berserk state here, which may be necessary, because the holy damage doesn't seem to be cutting it against these spiders. Maybe the stream hiccuped on your end. Nothing's shown weird on my side. No dropped frames, no anything. It's been perfectly smooth the whole time. So Twitch probably just did a weird, as Twitch is wont to do. Yeah, probably just Twitch shit the bed for a second. It does that sometimes. Now, getting rid of these spiders. I don't know why the holy damage isn't working on them. Oh. I'm a fool. I know exactly why it's not working. Because they're not actually taking any damage. They're taking 0 because they're 100% lightning resistant. That's why it's not working. So I need to make them conductant first. Yep. That's exactly the problem. And now we can solve that problem. Oh, those have a lot of health, and they reincarnate multiple times. I did not pay enough attention to that. Ring ring, fight amongst yourselves. Okay, that gets rid of the pachyderm that was next to me. It's now over there. And thankfully the Berserk Raven's attacking the Raven spawner that's over there for me, so that's working out perfectly. The other spawner got at some point, so we're actually in a pretty good position at the moment. The biggest problem I'm having is my Berserk allies are getting obliterated, which is always inconvenient. But we're almost out of enemies now. We just have a couple immortal pachyderms to deal with, which might be an issue because we may actually run out of spells. Thankfully, we do a lot of damage with individual spells, so we actually have this under control. There we go. Thank you, Dynamo Staff of Annihilate, because without that, I think we wouldn't have made that. Then again, without that staff, I think we would have died a long time ago. Yeah. 395 Annihilate damage, 335 Lightning Bolt damage. Annihilate is carrying. Annihilate is such a good spell. It does have lightning damage, so I technically could just get my own copy of Annihilate as well. But I think what I'm gonna do is grab that skill we were talking about first, which was Prince of Ruin. There we go. This way, whenever we kill an enemy, we'll also deal additional damage out and start chewing through the crowds. This does allow me enough to buy Annihilate too, though, so we'll grab that. It's technically not a proper lightning spell is the only problem, but it does do lightning damage, so I'm allowing that one. Now we go grab the Robe of Agony. Grab our portal key in case all of the portals on a stage suck. Steel Spider, Two-Headed Snake, Dark Tormentor, Arachnid Wizard, and Twilight Seer. Well, that would replace the robe we just got, so that's not where we're going. That's upsetting looking, and one of these might be good. Ink Pipe. Every 3 turns, the nearest 2 enemy units are inflicted with blind for 4 turns. Doesn't affect things that are already blinded. Holy Shield just protects against Holy a little bit. We've seen the Jar of Quicksilver. Amulet of Emerald Flame. Every 30 damage dealt to enemies by enchantments, closest enemy takes 10 fire damage. None of these are resoundingly exciting. I think we might just take the lesser of 3 evils and go here. Mechanomancer's a little concerning, because he makes all constructs explode, and obviously summons constructs. Nothing else that's here is a construct, though, so I don't think he'll be a huge threat. He just has a lot of hit points to deal with. Okay, let's get the lay of the land here. We got spawners all up and down the field. They look like they're zombie spawners based on the fact that they're pink. Yep, rotting zombie spawners. Thankfully, zombies are super weak to holy, and we deal holy damage alongside our lightning. So that's actually a non-issue. Fire spirits are not ideal to deal with. I need to make sure not to cast Annihilate in case that counts as a fire spell enough for fire spirits. Other than that, I don't think we have too big a problem there. The ogres just have lots of health. They're not really a big concern. Despite the danger, I do think I want to spawn in this mess up here to get rid of this spawner and start working on this spawner down here. Oh, there is an ogre spawner down at the bottom that I almost didn't notice. So there's 4 spawners here. I would go down here immediately, but the Mechanomancer's here. Unless I go for him straight up. But the last time we tried to face off in a wizard duel with somebody immediately, I got obliterated. It may actually be a great play to spawn on the Chaos Spell, ring it, and just let things happen. And try to, like, work it from there. No, you know what? I think I will risk spawning next to the Mechanomancer. I just had an idea. Is we get turn advantage, so we can just stun him immediately. There you go. That'll take care of that problem for a return. We put Conductance on him. And just obliterate. There we go. Mechanomancer is no longer an issue. He got devastated. Thanks to the combination of effects I have now. We just have these, like, super powered AoE lightning bolts and everything. This is great. Yeah, passives were what we needed. Just going for nothing but more spells was a terrible decision. Now we're just destroying everything in sight. That did, like, nothing. Oh, you had a shield. Okay, that makes sense. Stun you both in case you survive. We have another one, then. No, they're still surviving. I'm glad I did that. They're fucking thriving, and I don't appreciate that. They do also 50% arcane resist, which might have been helping. Like, it's actually really lucky that the main spawners here are zombies, because they're turbo weak to what we do at this point. Okay, so that worked out reasonably well, actually. That had every chance to go horribly wrong, but it didn't. Okay, Cascading Annihilate? Cascading Annihilate. Now, the question becomes, does that doesn't say cast your Annihilate, so I don't think it'll be a Cascading Annihilate being cast by the Dynamo. Would it be really funny if it was? Lots of memory orbs and not much else. Ooh, electric scale. Minion health, useless. Trash. And exotic pet. I'm gonna re-roll this. This sucks. Try again. Let's see. Another copy of the Dynamo, which wouldn't help. Warlord Helm. No. Banner of the Horde. No. Stone Eater Amulet. Eat an adjacent wall every turn. Gain 1 hit point if you do. If that was more than 1 health, I'd be excited about that. We're also going to start seeing multi-tile enemies, it looks like, which is gonna be a bit worrying. These are all liches, which is interesting. How that works is they all gain the Soul Jar ability. They can place a Soul Jar somewhere, and they can't die as long as the Soul Jar still exists. Just like a lich, as you'd expect. And it sucks. It sucks a lot. But I think that's also why they all have 100% negative resistance to Holy, is it makes them all undead. So there is an advantage for us there. We just gotta be able to get at their Soul Jars. I do, however, think that the portals we summoned did not really improve our situation much. Oh, wait, this one has all these gold things that I don't think I looked at. This is all for holy spells. And even though we deal holy damage, we don't actually have holy spells, because it didn't add the holy tag to things, so I don't think that works. So this sucks. This entire scenario here really sucks. I think actually we go fight the liches, because that's the least of the dangers here. And none of them are going to be a big profit in any way that I actually care about too much. We can get rid of 2 spawners together here, so we'll do that. We can't hit them both at once, unfortunately, unless Conductance actually chooses to work this time. No, it actually worked that time. Now, there's soldier armors all over the goddamn map, though. So I need to avoid enemies and go for those. Except they can teleport me around, too, apparently. So this is going to be annoying. Though it's actually kind of working that they're teleporting me around at the moment. This is bringing me to their Soul Jars. I do have a teleporter as well to, like, bring me up here to where a bunch of Soul Jars are. And away from this mess that's forming. Is there any spawners left, or did I get them all already? I think I got all the spawners already, so there's that. I'm glad I have a triple-digit health, otherwise we'd start having some real problems. Yeah, I think, if for nothing else to make this a lot faster, we'll teleport over here. Ow. Suddenly a bunch more soul jars. It's okay, don't panic, we have healing potions. Just keep your head out. The good news is the soul jar thing is on a long cooldown. The issue is there's a clusterfuck of them going on down there. This one currently has a soul jar. That's gonna be another issue, is having a lot of enemies with soul jars in between me and their jars. But, ding ding! Let chaos reign. I was trying to avoid having to use that, but under the circumstances, I think I'm a lot better off using that. Especially since we're getting another one on this map anyway. The hope was that I could then save on healing potions this way, but based on the fact that the berserked ones kinda got slaughtered, not ideal. Not ideal. The teleporting is becoming a problem as well. Like, more of a problem than it was before. Okay, your soul jar is actually in reach, so fuck you. No more jar for you. Cannot, however, get an annihilation range of him until he put me there. What a fool. I know he won't die, but I need to get rid of his friend. Hit him with a stun so I can get around him. Stun both of them. Oh, I misclicked a little bit, but it's okay. Now I just need to run around and play soul jar cleanup. There we go. We are running low on spell charges, though. So that's an issue that I should have accounted for, but didn't. Thank you. That's where I wanted to go. Problem is, they could easily make new soul jars while I'm in here. Yep, and that's exactly what they did. So why wouldn't they? Actually, I can cast it on that. Oh? Yeah, I'm gonna run out of attacks. Oh, thanks. You sent me to a spell point. It's just a real shame that I'm gonna need more than that. Is a level 1 spell really ain't gonna do it for me at this point. I should have been casting more conductance, but the conductance wouldn't really do much. I might actually be at the mercy of RNG as far as them teleporting me where I need to go. It's either that or I burn my teleporter. Which I think I'm better off burning my teleporter. But at the very least, go to this one. That way I can bust this soul jar here. Actually, no. Leave it there because they're stuck on it. I can actually get around to the other spell charge this way. Except these fucking guys want to be a pain in my ass. Yeah, he just remade his soul jar immediately. I just need to get to this spell point. Got it. Okay. 3 points. Chain Lightning only has 4 charges. It would be a very good choice in all other capacities, but only having 4 charges is a problem. Lightning Spire could work, but Lightning Spire doesn't do a lot of damage. Lightning Halo does do some better damage, but also doesn't have very many charges. Pyrostatic Pulse has the same problem. I have Lightning would take too long at the current point of things. I think Chain Lightning is my best choice. Understandable. Good night, ABC. So we'll take Chain Lightning and hopefully we can make that work. We put that took damage when I put Conductance on it. I'm not really sure why. I might still die here. I just want you all to know that. I may die a very slow death of just not being allowed to move forward here. Because he can literally just keep teleporting me around. And there's nothing I can do about him because he's soul jarred and his soul jar is on the other side. I think we just lose, which really sucks. I failed to account for how bad the teleporting was going to be. We did way better, though. We got to Realm 9. So passives are definitely a big thing for us. I really should have been making better use of those. But I don't think anybody's surprised by that. Okay, so let's actually look at the skills for a second here. Make enemies explode in arcane damage and melt walls. So that's very interesting. But the problem is that'll probably make them hurt me when they blow up. We haven't really done nature magic. Okay, so Face Stone has a melee attack. I was trying to figure out what the point to it was, and it wasn't really making sense. Yeah, if we say, like, go for Arcane. Face Stones, Crystal Power, Arcane Shield, Glittering Dance... Like, Master of Memories just seems like something you could get for, like, any setup, though, because it's just 1 extra charge for all spells. That's just good across the board. Same with Master of Space. You just get more radius and more range. And Multimancy. All of these are really good skills, just for everything. I mean, that is also an option. Going for, like, Holy or Physical could be interesting. Problem is, Holy doesn't start till 4 points in. Oh wait, no, that's skills. That's not spells. So, Holy doesn't start till 2 points, which is fine. Just means I have to run for a point. And then we can get Heavenly Blast. Looks like our best starting choice. His Scourge works, but it's a single target. Unless the enemies happen to be near the guy that got stunned, which is finicky. And Healing Light is just a heal, so you can't clear enemies with that. And it looks like Physical isn't even one that I can really search for specifically. Blood Magic's an idea, though. We haven't done Blood Magic. That would give us Life Drain, Boiling Blood, Bone Spear. It would be inflicting dark damage, which we did already. So I think I'm more inclined to give Nature a try. Because we had a little bit of poison damage before, but we didn't really focus that. And this also gives us the physical damage I was talking about. So yeah, we'll try Nature Magic. We'll bring the forces of nature to our aid here. Eye of Rage, which berserks enemies within line of sight. There's gonna be a bunch of summoning within nature, though, which is gonna be less exciting. Unless I just want to focus poison magic. You could also just upgrade Poison Sting instead. Damaged targets lose all poison resist. Ooh, that's actually a really good idea. Stuns target and spawns webs along line to the target. Webs stun enemy units that enter them for 2 turns. Ooh, hits every poisoned enemy at a radius of 3 of the main target. All of these sound really good, actually. Like, the acidity seems almost necessary. We're gonna want Mega Venom sooner rather than later. Probably a Paralyzing Venom as well, so we do more damage and we can stun. Could also go into Spider Summoning. Acid Fumes. There's a lot of good shit for poison. Let's just clear this field with Poison Sting, because that should be more than doable. And then we'll make some decisions based on what we're going to be dealing with next. Because Poison Sting does at least have a decent amount of charges. I also need to be more willing to take damage early on. I keep trying to avoid getting hit at all, which is just not really particularly viable in some circumstances without burning resources. Let's see, Orcs and Kobolds, bunch of mana potions and a healing potion. What do these hourglasses do? Duration. No, not particularly necessary. Lord Staff? Whenever you cast a level 1 or 2 nature spell, summon a Spriggan. Level 3 or higher, summon a Treant. That could be handy. It does lean into summoning, which is not really what I want to be leaning into, but it could protect us, which could be important. Well, that would have been incredible. The Storm Eater Amulet. Consume all adjacent lightning storms and regain charges of lightning spells equal to or less than the number of storms eaten. So I could have kept my spells active if I had this in the last run. But, you know, wishing for things you don't have doesn't help. It's just Spark Imps and Cultists, though. The Tree Lord Staff would be a power multiplier for us. But if I was gonna do that, I should really have gone into the nature summoning stuff, not poison. So I think I'm actually going to go kill the Orcs and Kobolds over here and grab the extra mana potion instead. And get our health up a bit. Let's see. No, there's not a spell point near a spawner. I wanted to see if I could double up. Grab Evar spell point to get a level 3 spell instead of one of the level 2s. And then go for a spawner. Well, technically we can, because we can go here, grab this, go down and around for those. Is the nature spells that we can get at this point. Plague of Filth, Prison of Thorns, Psychic Seedling. Oh, that's weird. Plant a brain bush seedling. It will eventually mature into a forest of brain bushes. Huh. Ooh. Sight of blood. Must target a damaged living enemy. The target is stunned for 4 turns. All living enemies in line of sight of the target go berserk for 4 turns. That's actually kind of cool. I kind of dig that. Basilisk armor is also pretty fun. I can't help but notice there's not that much poison, suddenly. Like, a lot of the poison stuff seems to be, like, very early on, and then not really much after that. My plan might not be working. It is interesting that Lightning Storm is in nature, even though it does make sense because, you know, lightning storms are very naturally occurring things. Yeah, nature does seem to be, like, very summoning oriented. I was hoping to be able to do more with poison. I could still make it work, though. It's gonna be a little rough. So we have to grab Toxin Burst, basically, or have another attacking spell. I misclicked. Ow. Get me out of there. Let them all soak in the poison. Remember where I always said I need to be more willing to take damage early on? That wasn't quite what I meant. Operation Toxic Stall is also, not the resounding success I'd hoped it would be. Especially since poison doesn't work on spawners, as I just now remembered. Like, they will all die to poison over time. But one, we don't have that kind of time, and two, the poison damage is kind of meh. So I think actually we're just gonna die here, because there was nothing I could do. Poison isn't the one. That plan didn't work. What I should have done was look at the spell list a bit more before doing that, but I know that's not that interesting for you guys if I sit there and stare at the spell list for half an hour. Based on our current positioning, I really don't have a choice but to take a level 1 spell. So I guess we'll do the blood magic angle this time. Even though it is going to use a damage type we've used already. Numb. Doesn't seem like life drain stacks is going to be the only issue here. On the bright side, though, it should mean I'm not in any danger anytime quick. Because I can just sit there and just pop a bunch of life drain on something. Just, like, life drain the whole field around me. Let's see, what else do we get out of blood magic at this point, though? Bone Spear, probably? Because Bone Spear costs health, it actually doesn't have charges. So if I set up life drain on something, I can throw as many Bone Spears as I want. Aha! Aha! Yes. Yes. Chaos Magic's another one. I used to go for Chaos Magic a lot when I was playing the first game, because Chaos Magic's just fun. Because it just does random damage. So maybe that'll be our next one, is Chaos Magic. Oculus. Oh, gain range and no need for line of sight. Neat. Boggarts and Kobolds. Mana Potion. I think I'll go here for the Oculus because it might be useful. Okay. This is certainly a layout of all time. Okay, those are just Boggart spawners. They seemed like a lighter green than the ones I saw before, which is why I was a little confused for a second. We're only gonna get 2 SP here, so we're not really gonna gain a new blood magic spell. But that's okay, because we can just Bone Spear. So that's fine. We go for the spawner up here. Set up life drains. And we start Bone Spearing. I was still losing health rather concerningly there, though. Oh, because these pachyderms do a lot of damage. And they do resist physical. Thankfully, they have no dark resist, so I can just kind of drain them to death. Is there a pachyderm spawner that I didn't notice? No, there's just a lot of them. Okay, sure. I did, however, I think, pick the literally only place with physical resistant enemies in it for this idea, which is certainly a choice I made. Right now, though, I'm literally gaining life in this exchange. As long as I don't let too many of them hit me. It's not an exciting setup by any means right now, but it's very funny to me. Just Operation Vampirism. Problem is, I'm gonna run out of life drain charges. But I'm gonna run out of pachyderms here in a second, too. The fact that these fucking Boggarts apparently resist oh no, they have shields. Why did I never notice that they had shields? Why am I like this? That's why they've always been such a fucking problem. I just, for some reason, thought everything was counting for arcane resistance, because my brain is stupid sometimes. Okay, now we can at least gain control of the fuckery parade here, though. They don't do so much damage that I need to worry too much about just dealing with them immediately. I'm gonna slowly die by my own hand here if I'm not careful, though. I need to use my mana potion. Because the idea is, with a life drain set up on the spawner, I can actually use the spawner to attack the spawner, basically. Because I can use it to pay for the bone spears. It's a shame that I had to burn my mana potion and my healing potion here, though. Because I mishandled that. That was my fault entirely. Yeah, this is all minion duration. Ugh, these all kind of suck. But I guess I'm going here? At the same time, it's the least profitable one. Like, I'd be better off profit-wise going here, but it means dealing with more fucking boggarts. No. The satyrs will be beneficial to me because they'll keep themselves alive for me to be able to life drain them for longer. Start up here, kill the displacer beast spawner, go down to that one, and go over there? I don't like letting the mind maggots run around, as they steal full charges of spells. If I start over there, I have to deal with 2 displacer beasts straight off, and a 3rd one not long afterward, which is not a great scenario to deal with either. But I think that is the better idea, because otherwise we're going to lose all of our charges to the bugs. If I just put down a bunch of life drains, I don't have to worry about them being able to hurt me, really. As demonstrated there. We just steal so much health that they can't hurt me. Just give myself endless health by the power of my enemies. This is the magical equivalent of just letting your haters fuel you. They all want to bring me down, but all they're doing is fueling me with their anger. Okay, we've mostly got this in hand now. I just gotta be a little careful about how I manage this, so as not to burn all my health willy-nilly. Thankfully, their own teleporting is actually going to work against them here, too. Okay, now that I've gained a better understanding of how my abilities work, I was able to do that a lot cleaner. Very good. Let's see. Blood magic. Vampirism. Grants an ally vampirism, causing them to heal for any damage they deal. No. Blood golems. Interesting. That's the opposite of what I would have figured that would have done. The golem never takes damage, instead redistributing damage to its master and any living allies. I assumed it was going to take damage that I would have taken and put it on it, not the opposite. Not the biggest fan of that. Ooh, that could be good. Pain Mirror. Whenever you take damage or spend HP to cast a spell, deal that much dark damage to all enemies in line of sight. That could be very handy. I don't have any allies, so I can't really use Devour Flesh. Bloodshift would still work for us. And it's a nice AoE spell. It costs us health to use it, but it'll heal us when we use it. So as long as I hit more than, like, a enemy and they're not, like, super dark resistant, we'll heal from that. Vampiric Gaze. Firebolt from each ally, dealing 6 dark damage. That would work great if I had allies. Drain Pulse is also an idea. It's a larger version of Bloodshift, essentially, but it does poison damage in addition to dark. But I think we'll take Bloodshift for now. Bloodshift seems like a nice safe choice. It has a limited amount of charges too, though, which is a problem. But what I do is I throw a bunch of blood spears, blood shift, get that health back, and life drain as needed. That's the theory behind this, at least. I could make life drain not need line of sight, which could be huge. Ooh. Actually, I could wait for that. Blood Hexes. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell other than Life Drain targeting an enemy, Life Drain is cast for free on that target. Or Life Funnel, which makes Life Drain essentially an AoE. All those sound really good. Blood Shift can freeze things, poison them, but it won't heal me for the poison damage. And I could heal myself even if I'm not within the targeted area. So those are all really good. What kind of... Did we even look at the skills for Blood Magic? Huh. Okay, Blood Reaping is good. Whenever an enemy demon or living unit dies, gain 2 health, so that guarantees me health recovery. Like, this is a super good move for just being very resilient. But it's not really anything too exciting otherwise. Could use the Witch Whistle to summon witches. It would be useful. But if I'm trying to avoid summoning things still, that's not the best. Enchantment spell buffs could be nice because it'll make our life drain better. I probably would go duration? Actually, no. Damage affects how much it heals me, so maybe damage would be good. Is giving it just 3 more damage does make it heal me twice as much and do twice as much damage. I don't know if radius would affect it, since it doesn't have a current radius to begin with. But one way or the other, I do think we're going here, even though the Breath Stealers and the Bombers could be a little rough. And the Blizzard Beasts are gonna be an issue. It's gonna be a dangerous choice, but I think this is our best choice in terms of gain. I think we straight up just go for the box. Where are the spawners? Okay, they're just firebomb spawners, it looks like. So that's not bad. That's upsetting, but it's not like bad. So now Life Drain does double damage. Chuck it on the Breath Stealers. Spear them, which deletes that guy as well. Yeah, no, the much more efficient Life Drain is proving to be real good. There isn't a spawner of Blizzard Beasts. Why are there so many of them? I just had to look around again, make sure. Thankfully, Blood Shift will do a great job of cleaning this mess up for me. And thanks to the amount of health we have, we can actually throw a fair amount of spears without it being a huge ordeal. There we go. Life Drain the spawner so that while it's not currently spawning things for a moment, we can actually take advantage of that. There we go. It's gonna get a little sketchy here now. Yeah, because that doesn't heal me very much from those guys. Especially when I keep blowing myself up in the process. I'm not actually healing from life draining the bombers. They're not living. No, it doesn't say it has to be living, though. It just says target unit. I guess it's a weird interaction with the fact that they explode, perhaps? Ow. Oh, and life drain has an HP cost as well. I completely forgot about. So I actually need to use my healing potion. That really sucks. I misjudged that one. That was entirely my fault. If I had paid more attention, I would have realized not to just keep spamming that. Oh well. We didn't lose because of it, so it's fine. Well, correction, we didn't lose yet because of it. There's always the chance that this will lead to my death in the future, because I will not have that item. But we should start power scaling here, so it should be okay. Blind casting remains an idea. But I think it might be a good idea to get Blood Greed for our Blood Shift, so that I can throw it at a further distance, because it has a huge AoE to it, and still heal. Because that's why it wasn't getting that much use, is because I had to be too close. Alternatively... yeah, we can't really pick up... Oh, actually, no! Eye of Blood. Eye of Blood could be huge. Because it's the same as the other eyes, except it does have lifesteal. Yeah, we're actually going to take that. And I do have a buff to our enchantments, so it does 13. Yeah, that's actually a really good choice. It does only have 2 charges, though, unlike the other eyes, which kind of sucks. But it gets Eye of Life Drain, so it'll cast my Life Drain on them instead of dealing damage, which is interesting. Increase shot cooldown by 3, shoot all targets in line of sight. That's actually incredible. And I have Plasmoid. When it deals damage, the target's max HP is reduced by the damage dealt and the blood slime is made. Meh. But if I get Life Funnel or... Yeah, it would have to be Life Funnel for the Eye of Blood to be a good idea. Because then it'll be mass AoE lifesteal happening. I think, though, for Eye of Blood, it would be best if I get the Hag Eye. It'll take 6 turns for it to activate, but it hits everything in line of sight, making it much more powerful for its 2 charges. But we have to survive long enough to get there, so... No, none of those are too big a deal. That's just 3 memory orbs and a heart. None of these tomes are going to be particularly good for us, I don't think. No. Well, actually... One of our best moves that has charges is a sorcery move. But it would only be the 1 move. So that's not that good. If there was like an enchanted tome for enchantment charges, I would actually take that in a heartbeat. Because it would give us an extra Eye of Blood and an extra life drain. But I think actually our best choice might genuinely be to go to the heart instead. Because none of these items help us too much, and more max health means more room to cast our attacks. So that's probably the better choice. Problem's gonna be that the zombies, for example, resist dark a lot. So I'm gonna have to use bone spears to kill them. Everything else we do is pure dark damage. The good news is... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say those are all bomber spawners, but no, 2 of them are zombie spawners, and they're as far away as possible from each other. I think I start down here. Crystal Golem's gonna be an issue, though, because he resists, like, everything. But that's just gonna have to be one of those we figure that out situations. Unless I just don't go here, because actually, that's a good point. The crystal golems, I think, might make this an unwinnable situation for us. But, these places suck too. I don't think we go to this one, because I think, yeah, the ghostly displacer beasts are immune to dark as well. So that basically means we have to go here. And even then, the Fey Spark Imps are very resistant to dark. And they gain shields every 5 turns, so that's fun. But I do think it's still our best choice. Is there any spawners of them? If there's any spawners of them, this sucks. No, it's just rockworm spawners. Okay. Which means we just have this, like, little squad of flying bastards we need to deal with. Which is fine. We'd probably just pelt them with bone spears and sort that out. In fact, despite the way I normally do things, I may actually spawn in a position to hit them immediately and just start going for them. Which is not my finest of ideas, but I think it's the only way I'm going to be able to get rid of them. Cast a couple blood shifts. Problem is they're not positioning for my attacks to work. Which, you know, why should they? Doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. Thankfully, I have a nice life drain volunteer here now, but we are losing health faster than we're gaining it. Death dice? No. Teleporter, probably? Oh, there's displacer beast spawners up there that I somehow didn't notice, too. Yikes. Yeah, the problem is I'm not breaking through their shields fast enough. I do have some life drain down, so it's not the worst situation to be in, but I think my best call is to get away. This plan did not work. So you just have to realize that and be willing to mulligan out of it sometimes. So I can place down some life drains to start recovering. Get Eye of Blood in play as well. This is a great blood shift spot, actually. Sweep the board a bit. We are losing health again now, so I gotta be kind of cognizant of that. That did not gain me health. Might do this time, though. Yes, it did. Okay. Problem is, he regained his shields in the time it took me to clean up that mess. But hopefully Life Drain will ping... Yeah, Life Drain pings his shields away, even though it's not going to do real damage. So that's one of the little Fey bastards gotten rid of. Playing a risky game here, but it's working. Oh, the one that's alive wasn't one of the ones I was draining. Uh-oh. And I take 10 damage this turn. I won't be able to life drain anything meaningful from him. I'm gonna have to burn the other teleport. It's my only choice, though. Because I need to teleport here so I'm out of their range. Grab this healing potion. I'm not gonna use it immediately. So I think I might be able to actually life drain from this position and be okay. Okay. I think I've regained control of the situation. Somehow. Out of those. Problem is, I'm like so out of spells. Else it's not even funny. So I think I need to burn a mana potion as well. Like, this was just such an inefficient fight. Way worse than I thought it would be. But this whole, like, stealing life from everything around me is actually very powerful, which is not really that much of a shock. But, like, the survivability of this is actually where I'm a little bit surprised. Guess I'll take the Conjuration Staff for now, because I might actually end up conjuring something. That's the most likely to be beneficial of those items. I'm just gonna kind of walk through y'all for a bit here. And then heal, steal. Because what I need to do is get closer to those spawners before I burn too many more spells. We're almost there. I do have a health potion in case of an emergency. And we did it. Whew. Narrowly escaping death by my own life choices again. We have 4 points to spend. Yeah, I can't get what I need. I would really need, like, Blood Reaping. Maybe Blood Anima. Just to have the blood gas to distract. Hemo Corruption is actually not that bad either. So I don't know if Allied Unit includes myself. If it includes myself, then that works great. If it doesn't, it's useless. Ooh, Blazing Bloodfire, actually. Yeah, that could actually be huge. All your blood and fire spells gain quick cast. The first one cast each turn does not include the turn. So I can, like, get Eye of Blood up for free and then throw a Blood Shift or, like, Life Drain, Blood Shift, etc., etc. So saving up for Blazing Bloodfire is an option. But I don't know if I can afford to do that right now. I may need to go for Pain Mirror. Just so that I have a means of clearing, but the thing is, that is only a one-charge spell, I just realized, so maybe Drain Pulse is the better choice? Because that's another nice, big heal myself spell. And it's twice the size of Blood Shift. It does have half the charge, now a third of the charges, rather. Slain targets are raised as cursed cats. Healing over the wizard's max health is converted into blood bears. Or Drain Pulse gains 3 radius. Yeah, sure, Drain Pulse seems like a good idea. Give me another healing option. Amnesia Shrine. I'm gonna assume the Amnesia Shrine lets you reset your spells. Like, get a fresh set of points in exchange for all of your spells or something. Or, like, forget a spell. Which might be worth it. I don't know. None of these situations are great for us. Is the Ghostly Mantis is 100% dark immune. Dark Tormentor's dark immune. So this one's not really an option. Bag of Bugs is half dark immune, so it's not a problem, but it's not great. And it'll summon a bunch of bugs when it dies. Displacer Beasts are fine, Orc Hound Lords are fine, except they spawn more things. And the Ice Wizard's not terrible, but he could hurt me a lot if I'm not careful. It's just not super rewarding either, because it gets you a Mana Potion and a Ruby Heart. And then the third option, Ogres are fine, Displacer Beasts are fine, Chaos Chimeras are a little dangerous. They do split into two things when they die, which is upsetting. And then the Fey Orc, which is just an orc that blinks around and gets shield every 5 turns, which is going to be annoying. But it's just not very profitable, and I don't think I have any use for the Amnesia Shrine. So I guess my only choice really is to go over here and risk fighting the Ice Wizard. On the bright side, this is actually a good thing that this is a fairly small map. We do need to get rid of the Bag of Bugs spawners quickly. Because if too many of them spawn, we're gonna have a problem, because they're the only things that can really resist us. So I think we spawn here, make a big play, and hope for the best. That kind of worked. Yeah, because we just cleaned house of all of that. Because this is great field control we've got right now, with all of the just delete field situations we're using. And we do have physical attacks to pop the bug bags with. I am taking some damage, but this is on purpose. Let more of the bugs spawn. And then, swoop. Because I needed to be a little more efficient with my drains there. Just use the wolves to heal myself a bit. The Ice Wizard is being an issue, as expected. He's just dumping ice on my head over and over again. This won't heal me, but it will help a bit. I'm kind of trapped in a bad position here is the only issue. He doesn't have any shields left anymore, though, so I can steal some of his health. Ooh. That was almost very, very bad. I do have a blood shift, but I don't think it'll be enough. I might have overextended. But I have to try. I don't really have a choice, although... Well, no, the healing potion's the safer of the two choices. Because I know I can tank a turn. Then we blood shift to try to clear off some of the mess around me. The Ice Hounds are surviving, which is infuriating. There we go. Okay, the worst of the problem has been solved. The bad man is dead. Just start life draining everything around me again. Start getting control of the field a bit. Because the good news about them summoning so many things is it gives me plenty of things to feed off of. Ooh, fly swarms are like the worst thing for me, though, I've realized. Is they resist physical and dark. They just happen to have such low health that their resistance doesn't particularly matter. Okay, we've managed to gain control of this whole situation here again. There we go. Had to use a bit of resources, but not as much as I feared I would. So all told, that worked out. So we now have another 3 SP to use as well. Really feeling that blood greed. Though freezing things for 3 turns is not a bad idea too. Is if when I'm stealing that life I freeze them, that means I don't immediately lose the life I'm stealing, which has been a problem with Blood Shift so far. But ranged enemies will bypass that, because they'll be out of the range of the Blood Shift. But I do think I don't need Blood Greed as badly anymore, because Drain Pulse does the job, basically, because it gives me longer reach. Even though it's centered on me, it has 8 tile range, so it's still further. Or in most cases. So yeah, I think we will take the Blood Freeze. There we go. And that'll save us a point as well. Obviously not going where the Greater Vampire is, because that's not going to work out well for me. Oh boy. Yeah, the Durgar also resist dark and resist physical, so they're a whole fucking thing. This is why it's dangerous to focus on a damage type, like I've said before. But I keep doing it because I'm a silly man. Yeah, vampires are immune to dark, but they're not immune to physical. So I can just throw spears at them and just stake them. That would work. Yeah, I think we go here, get even more max health. Oh, good lord, this is a small room. Oh my god, this room is tiny. I think I could literally stand here and drain pulse the entire room. If that tells you anything. Which, speaking of, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Oh, right, it's line of sight based. That's still gonna do a lot of work, though. Everything that isn't a vampire pretty much just gets obliterated. Ow. You know, this plan really didn't work very well. Thankfully, I can drain a lot of health and freeze a lot of problems. There we go. Get a choke point so they stop being able to surround me. The fucking clay guys can burrow, that's the problem. They've been ripping the terrain apart to get at me. I don't know why I didn't process that till now properly. I'm so glad I got this freeze. Without it, we would have been dead already. Okay, that got the satyr spawner, which is not really the one I needed gone. I kind of needed the vampire spawner to be gone. Okay, vampire spawner's now gone. Okay. We're in a bad position right now, but we can make it work. Yes, I can just sustain. Can't sustain that, though. Freeze, please. So I think all of our life drain targets died. Vampire bats at least do a lot less damage. Why didn't they freeze that time? They have 50% resist ice. I guess they just didn't freeze that time, huh? If I don't die, this mana potion might save me. Okay, I'm alive. but I don't have enough health for Blood Shift. I need to pray that that Drain Pulse drains enough life. Which it won't, probably. So I done fucked up. I shouldn't have done the greedy play. Ah, that's on me. That's entirely my fault. But we got far with that. That got pretty far. That's a setup that definitely works, but it definitely got a bit scuffed, and I think if I'd gotten some items to help it, like some equipment that synergized with it, I think we would have actually done really well. Things with Dragon. Yeah, Dragon doesn't start till real late. I thought so. We need 2 points to get Annihilate. But Dragons work with Annihilate because we saw the skill that goes into that. That's neat. That's not even a dragon tagged thing that gives Annihilate, though. What even was it? Oh yeah, I said I was also gonna do a Chaos run. I could bring the two together, though. Do Chaos and Dragons together. Because they do kind of work together a bit. What was that skill that I saw that said... Or was it not a skill, was it an item? And that's why I'm confused. I thought I saw it when I was doing blood magic. No, it's not there. Was it a nature one? No, why would it be a nature one, you silly man? I feel like it would be a fire thing. No, I think it was an item and I'm tripping. But as it stands... I mean, that's another option, is I could just go Conjuration. Summon wolves until I can go up into dragons. Just flip the entire script I've been operating under this whole time. That does kind of work with Chaos as well. Ooh, okay. That consumes all charges, but makes a super wolf. Yeah, you know what? We will send our loyal hounds to do battle for us. Bork, bork. Go get them. Get them, little buddies. Sick them. They don't have a turn duration either, they just exist. So that kind of works. And that leap attack at least gives them some gap closing, so they're not gonna just be at the mercy of ranged enemies entirely. We could go into Mutant Wolf immediately, which gives them a random boss modifier, which could be funny. Werewolves, I don't think I want to go into. Wolfpack's kind of expensive. I think we can get away with saving our points, though, and try to get up to a Drake summon pretty quickly. Any items for conjuring? This is gonna be the time when we don't see any of them. This is expected. Interesting. Orb of Corruption. An evil and dangerous artifact capable of corrupting creation. A wise wizard would surely only use it in the most dire circumstances. I kind of need to go get that just to find out what that actually does. Curiosity is too strong. Now, contrary to how I normally do things, I don't actually want to spawn near things. I want to just have time to summon a bunch of dogs and just let them go nuts. Just let them go to town on everything. Get them, my loyal hounds. Strike down all of your master's enemies. You can have anything you catch for dinner. There we go. Nice and easy. So now we have that 4th point of SP that I need in order to start summoning some dragons. Which one do we want though? Fire, Ice, Storm, or Void? Let's get the Void Drakes because they'll melt walls. That sounds fun. Interesting. Whenever a summoned Void Drake kills an enemy unit, a random temporary ally becomes permanent. Or they cast Magic Missile or gain shields. Okay. Based on that, I may actually want the Void Oculus. The rest of these aren't that important to me. And that'll at least make my Void Dragons more effective. Blood Spike Helm. Oh, hey, what do you know? This would have been great in the last run. Upon spending HP to cast a blood spell, deal that much physical damage to up to 3 enemies in line of sight. Hooray! And then each turn, one of your holy minions instantly casts Void Beam. Storm Eater again. And an Ankh that deals 1 holy damage from our minions to a random adjacent enemy. That's all well and good, but not very helpful. Nothing important there. Nothing important there either. We'll go here because the Earthquake Orb might be useful. Yeah, I think that's about as good as we're gonna get. And we'll just go up to this isolated corner and unleash hell. Bork bork. And then some dragons as well. Oh, that's something I gotta be careful about, though. They delete walls on a much grander scale than I thought they would. And now we just stay up here out of the way and let this unfold. Okay, another fundamental problem with the dragons. They also seem to have a bit of a friendly fire issue. In that they can't hurt each other, but they definitely, I think, deleted the wolves. So that's a bit of a problem. Ow, they will also delete me if I'm not careful. That's kind of what I expected, which is why I needed to find out in an isolated circumstance. Just kind of step into the blast of my own volition. Yeah, we're gonna need to save up to do anything else, though. It's working kind of okay, though. We could get an exotic pet. Flesh-bound steel spider just sounds terrifying. It also has like a ton of resistances. Doesn't have any arcane resist though, so it's probably gonna get obliterated by our own team. None of these exotic pets have arcane resistance, so I think I'm better off leaving them on this one. How about these? That's for holy only. That's not helpful. That'll be good for our wolves. Adjacent and enemies to allied living units are poisoned. Sure, I guess we'll go get the Jade Shard. Got plenty of room for summoning down here. Let's just send the wolves out for a little bit, and then we'll summon the Void Drakes once they start dying so they don't get just eviscerated by my own team again. Nope, I got a ghost coming here to bug me, so I guess I'll need to get a Drake out to stop that. That's kind of the other thing, is I also wanted to have some coverage in case something got close to me. They're getting a little overwhelmed. That's not great. That didn't really work either. So I think I have to use one of my many mana potions here. Try to even the score up a little bit. The wolves are just getting destroyed, though. They really just don't have it anymore. They're a little too behind the times. Not that the Void Drakes are doing incredibly, but they at least have AoE to help out with clearing. And we're actually getting overrun with orcs, which is so upsetting. Get me the hell away from here. Get these orcs out of here. Can't believe I had to use 2 mana potions in here. The good news is we're gonna really have ended up spending only 1 at the end of the day, is we're getting 1 back. Yeah, they'll have that under control now. They've got them outnumbered. Wolves are, again, going to get friendly fired, but that's okay. Jade Shard, make the wolves a little bit more relevant. I think I need another spell because, we're running out of units a little too often. It's either that or 50% more minion damage, 9 more minion health. Maybe start with an ally. I could get a bunch of lightning bugs. So it's interesting, it says minion duration 20 there, but it says the lightning bugs disappear after 25 turns above it. So which one's true? Both? Neither? Huh? Question mark? Could also go for, like, Bone Guards or the Chaos Familiar. The thing is, the Chaos Familiar casts all kinds of spells that I don't have. So, I don't think that that's that good for us right now. So it's a question of either buffing our minions or summoning more. And I feel like because of the friendly fire that's happening from the Void Drakes already, ironically enough, I think I do need more minions so I can stagger the summoning without falling behind too hard. It's either that or I give them more damage so the minions I have clear better. Because I think 9 health just isn't gonna do it. It does give the wolves a good bit more health, but it's just not that significant. It's either that or I save for 1 more point and get Wolf Pack to make the wolf summoning more viable because it triples the wolves. Or actually, despite the fact that I said I didn't want Fenris before, that is an option. Because he has 105 HP, 35 damage, and everything he kills heals him and gives him more damage. The thing is, I don't know if the consumes all remaining charges on cast applies to just that spell or all spells. But I'm going to assume it's just for the wolf spell. I'm going to give him a try. Because I feel like he will scale well. I'm just worried that he'll be overrun. The flags are good. The only problem being... Oh, wait, yeah, just go for Conjuration, that'll work. Yeah, we need to go there then. This might be rough with the centaurs and the enchanter. Oh, there's a nice wide open area down there. That nice wide open area would be great under any other circumstances. Right now, we're gonna go hide in this corner and summon Super Dog. Don't summon the Void Drakes yet, because I don't want them to kill him. I want him to go do some work first, because he can go feed. Now I summon the Void Drake to protect myself, but only one of them for the moment. Because Fenris is actually, like, winning the war down there by himself. And I'd rather not self-sabotage there. Fenris is dead, isn't he? No, he's down there, or doing his thing. Okay. So... let the Void Drake do his thing for a little bit here. When he's about to die, I'll... oh, I miscounted. It's fine. I got spikes! Because what I need to do is buy time for Fenris to clean house, is the idea here. So right now he's in literally the worst position possible, so I might actually need to mana potion to save my life here. Behold, a second Fenris. Fenris, what the fuck are you doing? Help me. Oh, he can't kill the ghosts, that's why he's avoiding them. You know what? That makes nothing but sense. He seems to be failing to kill the ghosts too. Oh, they have shields, right? Oh, this is bad. Everything about this situation is bad. The only thing saving this situation right now is the fact that the ghosts blink around randomly. If they didn't have that random blink, we would be so fucked. Okay, we did it. I had to waste a lot of resources to fix that after a misunderstanding on my part. Hindsight being 2020, I should have figured out, hey, ghosts would be immune to physical because they're not fucking solid. But, you know, it be what it be. We figured it out. So does number of summons mean I just get more of them? I don't really know how that works. Can I actually cast this while I'm here? I probably can, but it'd be a waste. Glassmaster's back over there. That one's not terrible, but the pets aren't gonna be that helpful. What do these caps do? Ooh, they redeal elements as other elements, but they're the wrong ones for me. I don't have anything that does dark or ice or lightning. I can have one of the above, though. So I guess I'll take the lightning one? Question mark? Actually, no. There's ice drakes as well, and the ice drakes can freeze. And the storm drakes just make storm clouds, so I think I'll take the ice. So we'll go down here, try to get either the Ice Spark or the Ice Dark cap, depending on how I feel when I get to that. Grand Warlock does resist physical, but that's all he has, and it's only a 50%, so he shouldn't be the biggest problem by the time Fenris gets to him. Because if we start down here, we can make Fenris pretty tough by the time he gets to that. No, I did only summon one of them, so I think that does just increase the cap you have for your summons. Protect me, Loyal Hound. So I completely understand if you have trouble protecting me against this many enemies. Things I probably should have invested in. A spell to defend myself with. He's dead, isn't he? He fucking died. Because he couldn't heal because of the poison. Right. Right. Anyway, I'm over here now. And I also now know Ice Drake. Just hopefully the dragons don't friendly fire each other to oblivion immediately. This is why I don't usually use minions, because they're fucking stupid. Part of the problem, though, is I've let these enemies grow a little too much. There's too many. So, wait. There's no spawners left on the map. So there's that. Try using Fenris again. Nope, Fenris just... Nope, Fenris is over there. I thought he died instantly. He went for the Fire Fiend, which is great. Sort of. Yeah, he's getting overrun, though, like, immediately. The good news is they're all clustered up for the Ice Drakes. The downside is they do enough damage that they just don't even have a chance. So fucking bad. These guys do have mostly, like, ice weaknesses, though, out of everything, so I do feel like I need to use the Ice Drakes here. And at least these guys freeze, so it helps a bit. Ow. I have to risk the friendly fire, I think, here. Yeah, as expected, their upgraded allies, though, are too strong. I lose. The summon plan just didn't keep up enough. But I do still say that we got shafted as far as what the summon items were, because we've had so many better summon items show up when I wasn't using summons. But I think trying to use that as your whole thing isn't effective because it just takes too many points to get there. Of course, the orbs are on the other side of the map. That's fine, we're walking over there. I'll eat the damage, it doesn't matter. I have a specific thing in mind here. So we need 2 points. We get Chaos Barrage. Problem is, they're in exactly the wrong position for me to Chaos Barrage them all at once. Fuck's sake. Get closer. Can't believe I'm just eating damage like this. In stage 1, all because I'm insistent on using the correct thing. And I might not even have enough mana to fucking close the deal here. There we go. I forgot it hits all of them on the available targets instead of firing pure random, so it actually does kind of work. We just took a very bad risk there. Yeah, Smart Bolt, Cast Barrage always ignores allies and uses the correct damage types. Each bolt deals damage to adjacent enemies. Or Mega Barrage gains 6 numbers of targets, so it fires 15 bolts. Cast Barrage is pretty fun. Other Chaos spells are Annihilate, Armageddon Blade, Carnival of Pain, Essence Flux, Imp Swarm, Mega Annihilate, which does 99 of all 3 damage types, and Word of Chaos. And our Chaos skills are... Chaos Familiar, Prince of Ruin, Chaos Casting, Demonic Cruelty, Earth Wrath, Chaos Lord, Chaos Poet, and Serpents of Chaos. Ooh. We definitely want Chaos Casting. Whenever you cast a Chaos spell, you have a 25% chance of regaining a charge of another random Chaos spell. And of course, we'll want Prince of Ruin back as well, because that suits our damage types perfectly. Yeah, let's go for the Chaos spell. Keep the Chaos theme going. We'll spawn up here because we'll get a really good barrage shot right off the top this way. So those treants are tanking my attacks pretty well here. This could be a problem. Thankfully, the bombs kind of work out in our favor here a bit. Get rid of one spawner. Who knew that chaos wasn't efficient? I'm actually just let him blow up. It's gonna hurt, but it's better than the other option. Because now we don't have to use any of our potions. Alright, that was relatively smooth. We could get shockwaves or smart bolts this way. I'm kind of tempted to wait for Mega Barrage. Even though it's not a great idea. It's probably a smarter idea to get Annihilate. Just so we have something to take care of single targets instead of firing 9 bolts at one guy. Yeah. Welcome in Opportunity Drive, how you doing? Let's see. That'll... No, because these are both sorcery and chaos. They're not necessarily tagged as fire spells, so that won't work. Troll Blood. I'm not really summoning allies at the moment. Whenever an enemy dies, summon a fire bomber. That kind of works, but that'll potentially blow me up. I'm not really in for that idea at the minute. We'll just go deal with snakes and giant spiders. That'll be fine. Really over here so I can try to clear both those spawners quickly. I don't really have a great firing angle to get both the spawners in one shot, but that's fine. Oh no, I can reach both. Never mind. Can't always get those calculated just looking at it. There we go. Get rid of the one next to me. More important to clear the nearby target. So that's all but one spawner now. The webs are going to be a nuisance, but that's fine. We are going to have a little bit of a issue in terms of them overrunning me a bit here. So I have a choice of, do I use the teleporter to go over to the spawner to cut that off at the head here, or do I risk it? Because I have a single target and a barrage. The barrage will take care of a decent chunk of them. If I fire it now. Yeah. We'll ride it out for the second. I think it's fine. I don't have to immediately go smoke them if I got them. Over everything here. And if I get rid of the spiders, I don't have to worry as much about the webs everywhere. We can kind of just walk through the snakes a bit. There we go. Just a little bit of bravery goes a long way sometimes. This way we can save resources for later. We can also get Cascade for our Annihilate, or I can get Assured Destruction. Feeling Cascade because it'll help solve problems like what we just had there, where I started getting into an awkward position. Yeah. Let's see. What do these items do? That, I don't think will count for what we want. Cannibal Mask won't help us. Actually, yeah, the Marksman Cap wouldn't be bad, giving us more range. Yeah, we'll go get that. Assuming I can win this fight. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. What do I do with this situation, though? I could pop the Satyr spawner immediately, or I can pop the Displacer Beast spawner immediately. Or I pop the other Satyr spawner immediately. If I pop the one on the right, I have a good bit of free and clear land to funnel them into Chaos Barrages with to clean up the worst of this before I go for the other two spawners. That's not a bad idea. Though I have a decent choke point down by the others. Yeah, actually all the spawners have decent choke points by them. We'll go for this one though because it's the safest. Annihilate, annihilate. I didn't account for the diagonals. That's on me. Part of the reason, though, why I wanted to use Barrage in particular in this situation is the shields on the gnomes. Though Annihilate breaks through that, too, so I guess it's not that big a deal. Well, either way. Just gotta be careful not to overspend before I can actually get out of here. The AI proving once again that it's smarter than I am. This is what you get when you're flying by the seat of your pants instead of really sitting there and thinking these things through like you should. It's always a little bit awkward. Ow, ow, ow. I wanted to have more than one target to hit with that. So I'm running out of spells. But I think I may just have to accept the fact that I'm gonna have to use a mana potion here. Because I misplayed. The continued survival of that spawner offended me. We'll come back for everything else. I need to get that spawner gone before I burn all my spells again. Wait. Huh. I realized the thing by accident. If I throw Annihilate at the ground, it still counts for Cascade. That doesn't seem correct. It doesn't kill the main target, so that shouldn't be doing that. There's no main target to kill. It must be just checking if there's still a target left after the Annihilate goes off. And since there isn't a target there anymore, the game just assumes that the target was killed. Even though no damage was dealt. Huh. That's an interesting one. Can't do anything else with Chaos right now. But we have increased range now, which helps, question mark? What do these do? Boots of Imminent Doom. Upon entering a rift, cast your Seal Fate on all enemies within the spell's range. We don't have Seal Fate, so that doesn't help. This would have been great before. Whenever an allied dragon dies, it spawns a two-headed flame-touched, storm-touched, chaos-touched, or metallic snake. The Draken Tooth, again, would have been fantastic last run. Didn't show up this time. I kind of assumed it would, but there's no benefit for it. It can't improve because I don't have Seal Fate and I'm not going to be taking it. So there's no additional growth for it. I would rather things that are going to grow in power as we go, though it looks like I'm not really going to have any options for that out of this current pool. What does Seal Fate even do? It's in here somewhere. There it is. Okay, 4-turn delay, deal a bunch of damage. It's only range 8, so that's not huge. It's not bad. It would be useful. And it's the only useful thing out of these options particularly. Unless I want an exotic pet, but that's trusting the unit AI not to walk itself into trouble. And there's nothing here I can't kill, so yeah, this is probably our best choice. Aside from a lack of potions, but that's fine. We have 2 of each. It's absolutely okay for the moment. Place here, blast that, grab the boots, and move on. Because none of the other spawners are near each other particularly anyway. Actually, no, these 2 are close. So maybe I start up there and then go for this one at the end then. I can't blast both of them at the same time, but that's okay. It also means I don't get ruined immediately. Thankfully, the multi-hit we have on everything takes care of shield-based problems. You guys keep ending up being in split positions, though, which is really annoying for trying to hit you with what I want to hit you with. I'm just gonna ignore you for a moment. We're gonna take some heat, but it'll be okay, because now I can set up for this. Get a chunk of them cleared out. I did, however, misjudge the pathing here. I thought I could squeeze through over here, but I misread one of the tiles, and now I'm out of spells. Wonderful. I'm being very reckless, and I know that. But it's fine. Spawners are all gone now, but we are in a bit of an awkward spot here. Because these troublers are going to be very annoying. I need to get to, because they keep teleporting me around. Thankfully, they have no hit points to speak of, so as soon as I can get a shot at them, it's over for them. I'm getting flashbacks to that lich-infested field we were in before, though, where everything kept throwing me around the room so I couldn't do anything. Ow. Die. Okay. Made it work. Didn't want to burn a healing potion. Okay, that was almost a disaster. We have 5 points to spend. Let's actually get one of our skills. Because if we get us casting, we should have decent odds on not running out of spells all the time. That should sort a bunch of our issues out. Don't really like any of these situations too much. That's for minions, that doesn't help us. No. Number of targets does work for us a bit. Because at the very least that helps Chaos Barrage. I don't think it'll impact the Cascade on Annihilate. Not sure though, could go either way. Skull Necklace is useless to us. That again is... Unless... No, because they don't have the tag, so I would assume they don't count. That could work for pushing their resistances down in case I run into something that's resistant to fire. That's not that important because we already hit them with 2 other elements anyway. At that point, I just go and get smart casting. And we don't cast specifically arcane. So I think our 2 best choices are either get Finger 6, get the Purity Oculus, or say nuts to it all and go get a stopwatch. I'm feeling the Finger 6 though, because I'm also going to be aiming for the improved barrage anyway, so even more shots at a Chaos Barrage isn't a bad thing to have. It's just not anything huge. Yeah, I think this will work. So I can shoot straight through here, or hit both of those, clear a chunk of the spawners right off the top. I don't have enough range for that, so just delete that. That's a lot of bats. I forgot that these shoot a cone of bats. You know what? Fine. Joke's on you. You have more things. They're all mad at you. Good luck. Have fun with that. Just cause a bat civil war. You know what? I think I don't want to be here anymore. I think I want to be anywhere but here right now. We'll just let that sort itself out in the distance as best it can. Though I did teleport myself into another awkward position because this spider made a mess down here. But I needed that spawner gone. Otherwise we were going to just keep having more problems. I have definitely put myself in a really awkward situation here, though. Well, sort of awkward situation. I was hoping for a much better roll on that chaos spell, and it did not quite deliver. The good news is I can blast 3 bats at a time with Annihilate and get some Chaos Barrages back. And vice versa. Just keeping an eye out for where the dragons themselves are so I can hopefully get rid of them before they spawn an army of bats in my face again. But I think he's gonna do that from out of my range again. Not getting another lucky recharge, that's fine. That's what we have a potion for. Okay, that dragon's gone, we're fine. Everything's okay. We now have field control. Because now it's just a lone werewolf against my nonsense. And there we go. Goodbye. I had to use more than I wanted to again, but I also made poor life choices, so that's the cost exchange. The Aether Daggers might actually be kind of useful. Clay Ghosts are going to be a bit of an issue, though, because they resist basically everything I do. So it'll take a lot of hits to get rid of them. Unless I literally use the same thing I'm going over here for in order to deal with them, because I could use the Aether Daggers to remove their resistances. But that seems like a waste at that point. I'd be better served going somewhere else. I don't really want a sigil that badly. I still have not found out whether those actually make a friendly spawner. I guess I should find out. Like, if I'm ever going to find out, now is the time. I was not asking for an answer to that question. A lot of the time I will be speaking my thoughts out loud so people know where my line of thought's going. He does reincarnate, which is going to be the annoying thing about this problem here. Should be able to power through them, though. The rest of this isn't that bad. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. I think just adding the word friendly spawner, yeah, would make a big difference just because it's ambiguous right now. Ambiguity is nice to have for some things, but I think for something like that, it's better to have the clarity of exactly telling you this is a positive. Because otherwise, more than likely, a lot of people have the same reaction I did of either looking at it as a challenge increasing tool or as a means to generate things that you can then use for like summoning some more skeletons or such. That was the only positive I saw to it looking at the current description. Of course, I don't know who else would think the same way I do, but that's just the knee-jerk reaction on that. What to do with this map? Wait a minute. Brain is kicking in on a thought here. Hang on. Based on that response, are you one of the people? Are you the one working on this? I just had that click in my brain. Should have clicked on that a little sooner, but sometimes people are just curious either way, so did not want to assume. Okay, Twilight Seer's armor's down. Let's just try to push him out of here. He's gonna reincarnate, but at the very least forcing a reincarnate. That is not where I wanted you to reincarnate to. That is absolutely not where I wanted you to go. Huh. Oh, that's a shame. We should still be okay. It's just gonna be a little dangerous. Yeah, because we do have way more power than they do in terms of direct damage. Fair enough, fair enough. Thank you for the work you've done on this. Both the first game and this one have been a lot of fun. Since the name wasn't immediately recognizable, well, I did not want to make any assumptions immediately. But I can also see the benefit of not having it be immediately spotted for the purpose of what you're talking about, like trying to get impressions. You wouldn't want them to immediately know, oh hey, there's a dev in chat, because a lot of people change their tune a little bit. Well, this is an awkward situation to find myself in. I'm not gonna have enough spells to finish this because I had to spend too much on the Twilight Mage. Well, we do have SP to grab a spell, it just won't be a spell that'll suit my purposes directly. I'll take the Fiery Tormentors. It's a shame that doesn't kick in immediately, but that makes sense. They're not designed to do that. So our biggest two problem... Oh no, it did spawn immediately. Huh. Based on the wording there, it says it would trigger at the start of the level, but I guess it would retroactively trigger. Okay, that actually helps. Because that gives me a leg up here. I might actually be able to leverage that. You know, if my own fiery tormentor doesn't kill me. What I need to do then is I need to specifically seek and destroy the enemy spawners. And then I might be able to turn this to my advantage. Get that spawner. Is the idea will be I run for my life after I kill the other spawner. Problem is I'm now trapped in here. So I probably should have tried walking over and then use the teleport after. But I wouldn't have been able to get through the cloud of enemies anyway, so I think we might be SOL here. But I probably could have stopped what... Yeah, no, I made a bad choice. This is my fault. Oh, nothing for it but to grab another spell. Yeah, I have no chaos spells that I'll be able to use. What do I use to solve this? Do they have any weaknesses? I don't think they do. No, but it's certainly not gonna be wanting to use an arcane spell, that's for sure. Could disperse them. That could be fun. Wouldn't solve anything, but it'd be fun. Could Bone Spear again, just because it wouldn't take charges. Seems so, yeah. Lightning Bolt would be very good for our situation specifically here because of the positioning. But I'm feeling Fireball. So apparently that's not doing good enough to get rid of the satyrs because they'll just heal. That'll also free up another skill point underneath this. Okay, the fiery tormentors have started gaining ground as well, so I'll just let them do their thing at this point. I don't need to participate any further, because they should win this fight on their own. Okay, we almost put ourselves in an unwinnable position, but I'm glad I just went for the box and hoped for the best. Remember, no matter how bad a situation looks, there's always a way out. You just gotta find it. Now we can get Mega Barrage if I want it. Do I go for a skill? I have a lot of good options, it's just a matter of deciding between them. Prince of Ruin would be a very good idea, just because we're guaranteed to do one of those three flavors of damage, because even the extra spell I grabbed is a fire spell, so it would still work with Prince of Ruin. The only linchpin to that being I have to actually manage to kill something. Which sometimes has been a problem. Alternatives are Armageddon Blade, which that only works for allies, which we don't really have allies. Unless it counts on myself, but I don't think so. We could get Mega Annihilate, though. That is only 3 charges. We could get it Cascade later, though. flipping the resistances is interesting. Carnival of Pain can also work, but it is only 2 charges for 4 turns. It would be impacted by our number of targets thing, though, so it would increase to 4 targets. So there's that. And it would get around resistances for us. Just simple fact, though, of, like I said, the 2 charge problem. I do think it'll be worth it, though. There's big plays I can make with it, but I'm gonna grab the skill for now. Because at least I don't need to worry about charges with Prince of Ruin. We could pick up Pyrostatic Pulse. That works with our setup here. Is that at least does 2 out of 3 of the damage types Chaos does. And I can turn it into Chaos Pulse anyway, which gives it the Chaos tag. So yeah, let's go grab that unless there's something incredible in one of the other places. Though we do have a pair of big targets here, which we haven't seen any of the multi-tile enemies yet today, so I do want to show you guys those. They just may be, you know, a bit dangerous. Doing it anyway, whee! Okay, so it's a big open arena with the 2 of them. Okay. So on death, you make a bunch of Bone Shambler Megaliths, and you melee attack and Holy Bolt. Okay. Nothing too out there. I just gotta make sure to deal with you first because you can heal. That seems like the way here, because I can kind of avoid the Bone Colossus since it's melee only. So let's start, like, down here somewhere, probably. Oh, good, our Tormentor spawner is here. Though there's a problem with that idea in that it spawned kind of close to the Lamasu, who might just obliterate it. Well, nothing for it but to go for it. There goes all the shields. And just keep hammering away. Seal Fate went off and didn't do a lot. Yeah, our biggest problem is going to be doing enough damage. Because these things do have a lot of health. I might have made a horrible decision trying to fight them. But I also may have made a gross overestimation of how much damage I actually did. Bright side, they're not, like, massively devastating, either. But I'm going to get caught out here, which is a problem. Because now I've got this guy on my tail. And now with my Tormentor spawner gone, I think I am up the creek without a paddle. Actually, no, we do have the stopwatch. I can get myself 10 free turns. If I go get the other 2 points, does that would get me Mega Barrage, which would make my Chaos Barrage more viable against them. I can also grab Pyrostatic Pulse to get more spells. That's not really mathing out the best, but I think that's our play here. This way I get some ground on him. Don't burn those Chaos Barrages yet. I am gonna die to bolts before I get anything done, though. That's what I was afraid of. 10 turns is not that much when you're dealing with something like that. I should have read a little more carefully and realized just how strong those things were. That's on me. I threw that. But this was also a bit of a mess from the word go. So that's not really a shock. Still, Realm 8's not bad. 8 might actually be our best today, because I think our other best run died on Realm 8 as well. Do I want to do one more, or am I wrapping up here? I am tired. Like, I am having a lot of fun with this, but there's only so much brain engage I can do. Let me see what these two pings are while I make that decision. And we'll go from there. Are they pings I need to worry about right now? No, they are irrelevant. Okay, deal with those later. We'll try one more. This will be the last one. What do I want to use this time? We've used a lot of the tags at this point, of the ones that would be reasonable to try to go for as a specific thing. We haven't really focused Holy, but I'm not convinced about that as a focus. I'm gonna try it anyway, though, because I've done dumber things. Problem is, I actually can't focus that as the only thing, because I can't actually get there because this guy gets in the way. Yeah, you know what, we'll take Life Drain even though we're gonna be focusing Holy. I just need to get both orbs before I can actually use my Holy Magic. I took a wrong turn because this is why I was saying I was gonna stop, is I'm making decisions like that a lot more now. Because this game does require you to be kind of on target the whole time. Otherwise you start having a lot of real big problems. It's either Heavenly Blast or Scourge, and I'm feeling Heavenly Blast. The stun on Scourge would be nice. But we can get Scourge next. Because I do think you want both, if you're focusing Holy. There we go. Two exotic pet shops, and then this stuff. This is a sorcery, so I could make use of the Arcane Amplifier. The Autumn Crown certainly is a choice. 25 turns is not as long as it sounds like. Time Pipe could also be fun. But I do think we want the Arcane Amplifier. Because our biggest problem right now is going to be a lack of damage. Because we don't really have that many attacking spells right now. We'll be getting them as we go, but we don't have them immediately. And I could have had another attacking spell, but I chose Life Drain instead to try to keep myself alive. And there was a certain amusement to me having a dark spell when I'm focusing Holy. I'm not gonna be able to outrun them enough. Yep. Yeah, no, we're just gonna wrap up. I do not have the head for it anymore. I'm trying things that are entirely too silly for my own good at this point. Still, very well worth looking into. Thank you. And bear in mind, everybody, the game's on sale right now until the 8th, so bear that in mind if you're interested. I will be finding us somewhere else to be, because I am a little bit cooked at this point. Just gotta pick us out a target. Which we have plenty to choose from, as usual. That's a big maybe on that one. Let me see if they're going to be going for much longer or not. So I do always enjoy an opportunity to go over here. Now they're already 5 hours in. They're probably not going for too much longer, knowing how they usually go. Which is a shame, because it's been a little bit since we've been over there, but that's how it be sometimes. Pretty sure, yeah, you started before I did today, so you're already long in, so that's not really a great choice. I may or may not be purposely ignoring the very long list of people playing Silksong right now. Just in case I do actually do anything with that myself. Since it is on Game Pass, it's not like I need to pay for it. But that's a whole other decision to make as things proceed. I hate having too many decisions to make between people. Tired brain does not like decision making. Assume you'll be wrapping up before 12 along. Yeah, but you're over 5 hours in. You might keep going for a bit, but I doubt it. Like, the odds just don't seem good on that. But if I can't find another one that I want to do, we may go there anyway. Even though we may end up getting shunted off to somewhere else very quickly afterward. Now, wait a minute. How are they... How is that even working? Huh. Questions I can ask in the future. Oh yeah, while I'm sitting here staring at the list, let me actually roll y'all through upcoming schedule, I guess. Tomorrow's still kind of up in the air. Ordinarily be short run Saturday, but the people I had played Repo with not too long ago during that one late night stream wanted to do a thing again, though nobody's confirmed a time for it yet. The day's been confirmed, but the time hasn't, so that's a little awkward at the minute. So that may at any point actually not impact tomorrow at all, may end up impacting tomorrow heavily, question mark. Keep an eye on socials for that one. Monday, I do still intend to start Dark Alliance 2. I may very well end up having to do that one solo, just because I've not gotten a strong response about anybody joining me for that, and I don't anticipate that changing quickly. So I'm feeling that it'll be a better idea to just go for that one, and if I need to do a redo on that at some point to bring in somebody or anything like that, then it will work out anyway. And that'll probably be Monday and Tuesday, because I'll probably do the same thing I did with Dark Alliance 1, where I just went straight through over 2 days, because both of them are the same length, according to how long to beat, so that should work out just fine. We're just chopping right through that. Thursday, I'll have to figure something out, because I'm not going to be running a collab for a little bit here, because of, like I was talking about before, all of the issues I've been having with getting enough bodies for things, which, you know, it's a busy time of year. Not really a big deal. Just does not help when I'm trying to do a lot of other things all at once. And then I have a lot of extra on that. It'll just be more effective right now to just focus on doing more of my own thing, take opportunities as they come up, and just roll with it as things happen. That'll give me more time to work on other things. We do still have some Lurkit stuff to catch up on as well. That'll fit in next week's schedule somewhere, theoretically. Because I think I've gotten the one I told you all about that was giving me some trouble working well enough. But it is going to be a split day. I do not want to have the whole day focus on it just because the performance is still a little rough. I think it'll be a better show for y'all if I split that. I don't think it'll make a great showing for y'all by itself with the way it works at the minute. And of course, the goal is always to give y'all the best experience I can possibly do. Doesn't always work, but we can only do what we can do. So that may end up being what we do Thursday. We'll see how things shake out. Friday should be back to Abiotic with Mel at that point, because I know she's back in business. We just took today because she had only just gotten back, so it was going to be a little bit too much to ask to try to jump into that immediately. And then Saturday should be back to normal short run Saturday. May very well be a single game day. Depends on if tomorrow actually ends up being short run Saturday at all or not. Because then it'll turn into the multi-game day that tomorrow is supposed to be instead. Assuming that my list works well enough. Which there is a list, I just am not super confident in it at the moment. Is where that issue comes from. Nah. I'm being too picky. I really am being too picky for my own goddamn good again. Which is not the first time, won't be the last time. We've all been through this every time. Every time. Right then, pulling the coin out. We're gonna go to one of those two that are long running that I know I would be happy sending y'all to. And we'll just figure it out from there. And just hope that they don't immediately end up leaving. Alright. Heads is that one, tails is the other one. Alright. We'll be going to somewhat familiar territory, because we'll go see Vampy, who's doing repo right now. Assuming I don't see an ending screen immediately. Nope. They are still going, so that'll work. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. It was a great time to play this and just spend some time throwing magic around, even if a lot of the builds I tried to make work were not my best plans. You know, it be what it be. We make mistakes here and there. That's just how it goes sometimes. We talked schedule already, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Be good to Vampy, she's good people, and I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody. Boop, boop, boop.